Chapter 181. The next morning, when Chu Luyue woke up, Rong Xiao had already left. She reached out and touched the area beside her. There was still a trace of warmth, and it was obvious that he had just left. At this moment, the sky was already starting to brighten. It would indeed be inappropriate for him to be seen here. Chu Luyue got up and smelled a faint cold fragrance on her body. That was Rong Xiao's scent. Chu Luyue heaved a sigh of relief. The situation last night really put her in a difficult position. Now that she couldn't see him, she didn't have to think so much. Tuanzi got out of the quilt and rubbed her eyes, as if she was still sleepy. Chu Luyue asked as she tidied up, "You look sleepy. You look very sleepy. Did you not rest well?" Dumpling yawned loudly, and its eyes were filled with resentment. Not only did it not sleep well, it didn't sleep at all last night. Originally, it wanted to sleep with Chu Luyue, but every time it jumped onto the bed, it would be chased out. It could only curl up in a corner for the entire night, feeling wronged. It only returned to the soft bed after a certain someone left. Chu Luyue was already awake after sleeping for a short while. How could it not be sleepy? "Then you can stay here for the night. I'll be back tonight." Chu Luyue was about to go out as she spoke. Dumpling was unhappy when it heard that. It hurriedly jumped onto Chu Luyue's shoulder and curled itself into a ball with its fluffy tail. Chu Luyue patted its head and placed it back on the bed. "You won't be able to enter the place I'm going to today. Just rest here and wait for me to come back." Dumpling could only wag its tail in agreement. Chu Luyue came to Jiuyou Tower again. Unlike the previous days, Jiuyou Tower was especially quiet today. They didn't bump into anyone on their way to Chu Luyue. Probably because many people were injured in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range and most of them were still recovering, there were very few people who came. When he was about to reach Jiuyou Tower, Chu Luyue suddenly heard a commotion. She looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lu Fian and a few others huddled together in a secluded corner. They seemed to be talking to someone in the middle. The person trapped in the middle was Chu Xianmin. "Min, I remember that your cultivation time in Jiuyou Tower is quite long, right? I ran out of mine a few days ago. Can you lend me 6 hours of your time?" Lu Fian seemed to be asking for help, but her tone was very matter-of-fact, as if she was asking for something that originally belonged to her. And the few of them, they haven't had the time to do the mission yet. As for them, they don't ask for much. You just need to give them 2 hours each. Chu Xianmin looked at the few people in front of her and suppressed the anger in her heart. She said, "I don't have much left. I really can't give you so much at once, you're not willing." Lu Fian glanced at her from the side and mocked her. Min, we're good sisters. You're not even willing to share this with us." Chu Xianmin clenched her teeth. "What good sisters? They're just a bunch of dogs who are adding insult to injury." "That's right. Min, I heard that your family is quite busy. You probably don't have time to come to Jiuyou Tower to cultivate, right? Why don't you lend it to us first?" said a girl on purpose. The few of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Everyone knew that Chu Yan was almost beaten to death by Chu Ning, and Lu Yao had offended the Gu family. Now that they couldn't even protect themselves, how could they care about Chu Xianmin? As for the Crown Prince's mansion, if Chu Xianmin had won the Crown Prince's favor, why hadn't she helped her family solve their problems? These words hit Chu Xianmin's sore spot, and her expression changed instantly. "I said that I don't have it means I don't have it." Lu Fian raised her hand angrily. "You, wait." An anxious young man's voice was heard. Chu Luyue looked over and smiled. This person was Ji Yurong. He ran over quickly and handed over his nameplate. "I still have 6 hours here. Take it first. We're all classmates. Why do you have to make things so ugly?" Lu Fian and the rest looked at him mockingly. "Oh, Ji Yurong? Are you trying to stand up for her? Have you forgotten how she rejected you back then? You're too spineless, aren't you? Ji Yurong was a little embarrassed. I am not thinking of anything. We're all classmates. There's really no need to fall out over such a small matter. Besides, this place is quite close to Jiuyo Tower. It won't be good if the teacher finds out. This sentence successfully made Lu Fian and the rest restrain themselves. She took Ji Yurong's nameplate and drew a line on her own nameplate. A faint light flashed. She threw the dimmed nameplate back. I'll let you off for today. After saying that, he left with the others. After ensuring that they would not return, Ji Yurong carefully looked at Chu Xianmin. Are you alright, Smack? How many times have I told you not to appear in front of me in public? Ji Yurong was very embarrassed. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I just saw them bullying you. I'll leave now, get lost. Ji Yurong could not say anything else. His heart ached as he took a step back. Chu Xianmin closed her eyes in hatred. Now, everyone was laughing at her. Even Ji Yurong only knew how to cause trouble for her. How many times have I told you to pretend that you don't know me when there are other people around? Don't you understand human language? Do you know how hard my life will be if this gets out? If the Crown Prince had not been busy with his own matters, he would have definitely taught her a lesson. Not to mention, Ji Yurong hurriedly said, don't worry. I'll make Lu Fian and the rest shut up. No one will find out about this, so what if they find out? A clear voice sounded. Chu Xianmin and Ji Yurong were shocked as they hurriedly turned around. There's actually someone eavesdropping here? Chu Luyue crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. He looked at the two people's interesting expressions with interest. What an infatuated young man. Chu Xianmin, someone treats you so well, yet you treat him like this. Don't you think you're going overboard? Chapter 182. Chu Xianmin looked at Chu Luyue in shock. You've been here the whole time? What did you hear? Chu Luyue touched his chin. Oh, I didn't hear much. I just watched a good show. He helped you out of goodwill, but you didn't appreciate it and even slapped him. TSK, isn't this a little inappropriate? She must have seen and heard everything. Chu Xianmin's gaze changed. She had always been very careful and would never interact with Ji Yurong in front of others. She did not expect to be caught red-handed by Chu Luyue. Now, she could only bite the bullet and deny it. A thought flashed through her mind and she sneered. There are many people who like me. Do I have to respond to every one of them? Besides, I didn't ask him for help. He didn't know what was good for him. She then glared at Ji Yurong fiercely. I'll say it one last time. I'm already married to the Crown Prince. Don't bother me from now on. Otherwise, you won't have a good time. Ji Yurong also knew that he and Chu Xianmin would not have an easy time if Chu Luyue publicized this matter. Thus, he hurriedly cooperated with her. He quickly cooperated and said, yes, I know. I didn't know my limits. It won't happen again. Chu Xianmin turned around and left. Wait. Chu Luyue stepped in front of Chu Xianmin and blocked her. What else do you want to do? Don't you know very well what I want to do? Chu Luyue looked at her coldly with an indescribable pressure. Hand over the antidote. Chu Xianmin's heart seemed to be clenched by something. She forced herself to say, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Chu Luyue's gaze moved back and forth between Ji Yurong and Chu Xianmin, making them feel even more guilty. You don't want to admit it? Then, why don't we talk to Elder Sun and the rest? Let's see what's going on. I heard that the Chu family is in a mess recently. I don't think anyone will be willing to help you, right? It's not a small crime to harm a fellow disciple. I didn't harm a fellow disciple. I didn't poison him. Don't even think about slandering me. Chu Xianmin's voice suddenly became much sharper. Chu Luiyue said slowly. I didn't say poison. How did you know? Chu Xianmin felt as if someone was strangling her neck. Ji Yurong's face was already filled with panic. Today seems to be the first time I've seen you after returning to the academy. We've only spoken a few words, and you've already mentioned poisoning. If you want evidence, isn't this the best evidence? Now, are you still going to say that I'm slandering you? Chu Luiyue spoke slowly, but every word was like a sharp knife cutting across Chu Xianmin's heart. All the blood in his body seemed to have stopped flowing. His head was dizzy and swollen, as if it was about to explode. No, no. I didn't say anything, said Chu Xianmin frantically. Do you want to admit it now and hand over the antidote, or do you want me to personally go to your residence and show the evidence of your correspondence to elder son before expelling you from the academy? Chu Xianmin suddenly raised her head and stared at Chu Luiyue in shock. How does he even know about this? Seeing her reaction, Chu Luiyue sneered. Ever since Mu Hongyu found out that Ji Yurong and Chu Xianmin had an abnormal relationship, they started looking for evidence. Yesterday, after Ji Yurong said that he was going out on a mission, she secretly followed him. Everything was normal during the day, but he finally gave himself away at night and went to Chu Xianmin's residence. He did not even enter the door and only lingered outside the wall for a while before leaving. She went forward in the dark and indeed found a mechanism. These two people actually relied on the gap in the wall to send messages. Chu Xianmin's heart was in a mess. She suddenly turned around and looked at Ji Yurong. You betrayed me? Ji Yurong hurriedly explained. I didn't. I also don't know. He really did not know. Ever since he felt that Chu Luiyue had discovered something, he was extra careful. He could not be more careful these 2 days. However, he did not expect to be discovered. He did not know that although Chu Luiyue's cultivation level was not high, his ability to hide his aura was top-notch. It was as easy as flipping one's hand to follow him and find evidence. Chu Luiyue originally wanted to find more evidence before testifying against Chu Xianmin, but he did not expect to encounter such a scene. It was better to come at the right time than early. It could only be said that Ji Yurong was anxious for his lover and lost his sense of propriety. That was why the matter was exposed so quickly. The antidote. Chu Luiyue repeated impatiently. Chu Xianmin clenched her fists tightly and finally closed her eyes in resignation. I don't have the antidote. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. You don't have it? Chu Luiyue's gaze gradually turned cold. I don't have it means I don't have it. You can ask me 100 or 1,000 times, but I still don't have it. Anyway, you already know about the matter. If you want to report me, it's up to you. However, I don't have the antidote. Chu Xianmin knew that she had nowhere to go. The emotions that she had been suppressing suddenly exploded as she screamed like a lunatic. Chu Luiyue furrowed his brows slightly. It seems like she really doesn't have the antidote. Where did you get the red blood goo? Red blood goo? What red blood goo? Chu Xianmin was stunned. Chu Luiyue stared at her for a while. If you really don't know, why did you do this to Liao Zhongshu? Chu Xianmin said hatefully. Because he's in cahoots with you. Then, he deserves to die. Everyone around you, including you, deserves to die. Chu Luiyue flipped his wrist, and a silver light flashed. The sharp and cold dagger was immediately pressed against Chu Xianmin's neck. Don't kill her. Ji Yurong was shocked and immediately wanted to rush over. Chu Luiyue coldly glanced at him. Ji Yurong felt the cold murderous intent and immediately stopped in his tracks. Chu Xianmin did not expect Chu Luiyue to act so quickly. She did not have time to react and was already in the other party's hands. She broke out in a cold sweat. Chu Luiyue is a ruthless person. She really dared to do it. I'll ask you one last time. Give me the antidote. Chu Xianmin closed her eyes in despair and trembled all over. I said I don't have it. Then, where did you get the poison? It's. Chu Xianmin seemed to be afraid of something and refused to speak. Chu Luiyue exerted force in his hand, and the blade quickly slit Chu Xianmin's neck. Someone gave it to me. I don't know who it is. Chu Xianmin finally spoke. However, this answer surprised Chu Luiyue. He approached her and asked. You don't know? I really don't know. That person always wears a mask, and I don't know what he looks like. Even his voice was changed on purpose. He only appeared once and asked me if I wanted to take revenge on you. I said I wanted to, and he gave me a bag of poison. I don't know anything else. Chu Xianmin stuttered as she finished speaking. Her entire face was ashen. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. You can just kill me. Chu Luiyue slowly narrowed his eyes. Who is it that wants to kill me? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 183. Many thoughts flashed across Chu Luiyue's mind. She had offended many people, but no one seemed to be able to produce a poison like red blood goo. Even Tian Lu Academy's teachers did not know much about red blood goo, let alone other people in the imperial city. The Chu family? The crown prince? Or someone else? The enemy was in the dark, while she was in the light. It was as if there was a fog in front of her, covering the truth of the matter. She could not see it clearly. Chu Luiyue thought for a while and finally let go of the dagger. Chu Xianmin then panted heavily and looked at Chu Luiyue with resentment. I've said everything I can. Are you satisfied? Of course not. I wanted the antidote, but you didn't give it to me. You harmed me and my friends. Do you expect me to just let it go? Chu Luiyue looked at her, amused. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Chu Xianmin knew that Chu Luiyue would not let it go so easily. Then, what do you want? Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows slightly. I don't want anything. I just want to tell Elder Sun and the rest about this matter. After all, it's really a sleepless night for people like you to kill people from the same school at all costs. You dare to let me go? You were the one who did the wrong thing first. How can you blame others? Chu Luiyue looked at her with a half-smile. What a pity. I heard that you entered as the top student. Who would have thought that you would be chased out of the academy with your tail between your legs? No. Chu Luiyue's words completely agitated Chu Xianmin. She quickly walked forward and wanted to grab Chu Luiyue, but Chu Luiyue easily avoided her. You can't chase me out. I can't leave. I won't leave. Now, she could not return to the Chu family, and she could not make a comeback in the Crown Prince mansion. If she was chased out of the academy, her life would be completely ruined. This was her only chance to make a comeback. How could she give it up? Chu Luiyue looked indifferent. You brought this upon yourself. Chu Xianmin was extremely anxious. After thinking for a long time, she finally begged Chu Luiyue. I'm begging you. Don't tell anyone about this. As long as you promise me, I promise that I will never go against you again. I'll do whatever you say. I beg you. When she saw that Chu Luiyue had no reaction, she gritted her teeth and knelt down. What will it take for you to let me go? Ji Yurong went forward with a pained heart. Min. Chu Xianmin glared at him viciously and immediately nailed him to the ground. Do you think I haven't suffered enough? Scram. Ji Yurong felt extremely guilty and actually knelt down as well. Chu Luiyue looked down at the two of them, his heart unperturbed. On the contrary, she saw Chu Xianmin in a different light. How proud was Chu Xianmin in the past? She hated her so much that she wanted to die, but now she had to kneel down. She knew when to yield and when not to. This kind of temperament was more than just a little bit more ruthless than before. It seemed like the continuous attacks during this period had almost forced Chu Xianmin to a dead end. Seeing that Chu Luiyue was indifferent, Chu Xianmin closed her eyes and kowtowed heavily on the ground. Chu Luiyue glanced at her pale hands, which were tightly clasped to the ground. If she had the chance, Chu Xianmin would definitely return today's humiliation 100-fold. It's not impossible for you to stay. You just have to promise me one thing. The waiting time was exceptionally long. Chu Xianmin felt that every second of silence was tearing at her pride. Just when she thought that Chu Luiyue would not agree, she finally heard the answer that she had been yearning for. She suddenly raised her head, and her eyes were faintly red. Chu Luiyue enunciated each and every word clearly. You just have to pretend that nothing happened today and wait for that person to come again. Chu Xianmin was stunned and immediately gritted her teeth. I got it. Chu Luiyue nodded, turned around, and left. She had just taken a step when she suddenly turned around. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you that my dagger is smeared with poison. Chu Xianmin was stunned. What? Chu Luiyue kindly advised, don't worry. This poison is slow-acting. If you do your job well, I will naturally give you the antidote regularly. However, if you play any tricks, don't blame me for being ruthless. This poison will enter deep into your body and corrode your organs first, followed by your bones. A month later, your entire body will fester from the inside out, and you will die. TSK, you don't want to die so ugly, right? You. Chu Xianmin was furious, but she suppressed it with much difficulty. I got it. Chu Luiyue glanced at Ji Yurong again. You can move out yourself later. I don't have to do anything, right? No need, no need. I know what to do. Ji Yurong hurriedly agreed. Chu Luiyue then left slowly. When her figure completely disappeared, Chu Xianmin harshly slammed her fist on the ground. B*TCH. Minmin. Ji Yurong's heart ached as he went to help her, but he was slapped away. Chu Xianmin supported herself and stood up. Her palm was scratched by the rough ground because she used too much strength, and her hand was covered in blood. However, this pain was nothing. The humiliation that Chu Luiyue gave her today was the most unforgettable. Ji Yurong saw that her eyes were bloodshot and terrifyingly sinister. He was worried and afraid. He wanted to say something, but his face was still burning with pain, so he could only shut his mouth. Chu Xianmin touched the wound on her neck and was suspicious. Was there really poison on that dagger? However, whether there was poison or not, she did not dare to act rashly. She could only let Chu Luiyue do whatever he wanted. She turned around to leave, but after taking 2 steps, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Minmin. Ji Yurong exclaimed and hurriedly went forward, but he saw that Chu Xianmin had already fainted. Digression, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation slightly later, at around 9:30 a.m. Chapter 184. When Chu Luiyue arrived at Jiuyou Tower, only Elder Wei Yun was at the door. As usual, he was taking a nap in his chair. But before Chu Luiyue could speak, he opened his eyes and looked over. When he saw that it was Chu Luiyue, he rubbed his eyes in shock. Luyu? Why are you here? Chu Luiyue went forward and smiled. I'm here to cultivate. Elder Wei Yun was even more surprised as he sized her up. Didn't you just come back from Wanling Mountain? Don't you need to recuperate? If you drag your sick body to Jiuyou Tower to cultivate, it will only do more harm than good. Thank you for your concern, Elder Wei Yun, but I've already recovered. As Chu Luiyue spoke, she handed over the nameplate on her left chest. Wei Yun took it hesitantly. Are you serious? Those little brats were sent back under protection, and they were seriously injured. You came out alone, but you're fine? Chu Luiyue coughed. Maybe. I'm lucky. I didn't suffer any fatal injuries, and my body recovered quickly. Of course, she couldn't say that she was seriously injured, but because she had the Daijing Yuan Meridian, her recovery speed was much better than ordinary people. In addition, she was a celestial physician. She just needed to use some of the herbs she got from Zhenbao Pavilion, and she recovered quickly. Wei Yun saw that her face was rosy and she was full of energy. She indeed didn't look like she was injured, and he couldn't help but be amused. Hey, you're really something. Go. With that, he drew Chu Luiyue's nameplate on the black jade and handed it back to her. Chu Luiyue thanked him and walked toward the door of Jiuyou Tower. When she reached the door, she felt a biting cold aura again. She looked up slightly and saw that the eagle carved on the door didn't open its eyes, but the terrifying aura was still frightening. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Everything was normal, and the aura quickly dissipated as if it had never appeared. Chu Luiyue calmly entered a room on the first floor. Actually, there was only one time when the eagle opened its eyes and almost took her life. After that, she came again, and nothing like this happened again. Perhaps it was because the water droplet in her dantian had fought with the other party once, causing the other party to be very wary. After that, there was nothing strange when she came again. But today, the ferocious beasts in Jiuyou Tower seem a little irritable, Chu Luiyue murmured in his heart. For some reason, she felt as if something was about to happen. The water droplet floated silently without any response. After thinking for a while, Chu Luiyue decided not to waste any more effort. He held his breath and began to cultivate. Recently, she vaguely felt that she was about to break through, but there was only one pattern on the water droplet. There was no point in being anxious about such matters. All he could do was patiently absorb the origin power of heaven and earth and strive to advance as soon as possible. She wanted to see just how much her strength had increased for the water droplet to allow her to break through. After Chu Luiyue entered Jiuyou Tower, Elder Wei Yun closed his eyes again and planned to go back to sleep. But not long after, he sensed that someone had come, and he opened his eyes again. But the person who appeared in front of him was a face that he had never seen before. That young man had a noble and calm temperament. He had a good aura, and the golden auspicious clouds that were faintly discernible at the corner of his clothes showed that he had an extraordinary identity. Elder Wei Yun reacted for a while and vaguely guessed who the person was. "You are," Junior Rong Xiu greets Elder Wei Yun. "Indeed." Elder Wei Yun stared at him for a while and suddenly shook his head with a smile. "I guessed that it was you. You and that child, Ruyue, really look alike." Ruyue was naturally Consort Wan, Rong Xiu's birth mother. Rong Xiu smiled. "I didn't expect Elder Wei Yun to know my mother. Of course I know her. She was so talented back then, forget it, forget it. It's all in the past. There's no need to mention it again. I heard that you came to the academy to pay respects to her." Perhaps because he admired Consort Wan back then, Elder Wei Yun looked at Rong Xiu with a very gentle gaze. "Yes. I heard that my mother liked to cultivate here, so I want to go in and take a look." Wei Yun revealed a nostalgic expression. Yes. Although she was a Xian master back then, she was also very talented as a warrior. She would come here whenever she had time. But her health wasn't very good, so she didn't come here again. But there are conditions for entering Jiuyou Tower. I've heard about this from Elder Sunday. I'm not a student of the academy, so I don't have the right to enter. But I just want to take a look at the place where my mother stayed back then. I wonder if Elder Wei Yun can make an exception? Forget it. Since you're Ryue's son, you naturally have the right to enter. But I heard that your health isn't very good. The heaven and earth force in Jiuyou Tower is very rich. If you stay for too long, it'll be harmful. Rong Xiao bowed slightly. Thank you, Elder Wei Yun. I'll only go in for a while and won't stay for too long. Elder Wei Yun nodded. Go ahead. Rong Xiao thanked Elder Wei Yun again before turning around and walking towards Jiuyou Tower. Looking at his back view, Elder Wei Yun stroked his beard regretfully. It was a pity, Ryue was so outstanding back then. If Rong Xiao was healthy, he would definitely inherit her talent. He would definitely be a rare talent now. However, all of this was just wishful thinking. Rong Xiao walked to the door and placed his long and fair hand on the door. It was cold to the touch, and it was bone-chilling. But in the next moment, there was a sudden flash of light on the eagle's wings. It seemed to be about to unfold. The karmic fire under its body also burned crazily, transmitting its scorching heat to Rong Xiao's palm. Everything seemed to be stirring, as if it was about to come alive from the bronze door. Rong Xiao's expression didn't change. His eyes darkened, and a surge of power gushed out from his palm. Boom! The two forces collided violently and exploded silently. The flames were extinguished instantly, and the light on the eagle's wings dimmed immediately. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Rong Xiao glanced sideways. This short confrontation didn't attract Elder Wei Yun's attention. He pushed the door open and entered. There were very few people in Jiuyou Tower. After he walked in, he looked around and walked straight to the center. Looking up, there were layers of spiraling stairs that led to the upper levels of Jiuyou Tower. Rong Xiao looked at the top level. His eyes were as deep as the night sky, and they carried a frightening aura. The surroundings were quiet, and everything was normal. Rong Xiao stepped on the stairs. A sharp whistling sound suddenly reached his ears. It was hysterical, crazy, and mournful. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. Are you scared? With that, he walked up again. At the same time, Chu Luiyue, who was cultivating, opened his eyes abruptly, and he was shocked. It's that ferocious beast that's roaring. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 185. She immediately got up and walked out of the door. However, when she walked outside, she saw that the vast space was actually empty and cheerless. There was only a familiar white figure on the stairs in the middle. Rong Xiao? Chu Luiyue was very surprised. He wasn't a student of the academy. How did he get in? And from the looks of it, he was still going up. Rong Xiao heard footsteps and turned around to take a look. The coldness in his eyes instantly dissipated and was replaced by surprise. Why are you here? Chu Luiyue laughed. Your Highness, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Only people from Tianlu Academy can enter Jiuyou Tower. How did you get in? Rong Xiao's eyes flickered. I came to see what my mother liked when she was alive. It's just a casual look. You can go back and cultivate. Other people might believe this, but Chu Luiyue didn't. Although she didn't have any concrete evidence, she felt that Rong Xiao's motive for coming to Tianlu Academy wasn't simple. She looked around and realized that no one except her had come out from the other rooms. Your Highness, did you hear something just now? She asked tentatively. Rong Xiao's eyes seemed to be filled with doubt. What sound? Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. Did Rong Xiao really not hear it? No one else came out, and there didn't seem to be anything unusual. However, she was sure that she wasn't hallucinating just now. She could clearly hear the sharp screeching sound. Rong Xiao raised his chin. Do you want to go up with me to take a look? Chu Luiyue smiled. Your Highness, you might not know, but it's not that easy to go up to Jiuyou Tower. I'm a Stage 1 warrior, so I can only stay on the first floor for now. I can only go up to the second floor after I break through to become a Stage 2 warrior. Although it wasn't a problem for her to go up to the third floor with her true strength, she didn't plan to do so for now. She deliberately sized up Rong Xiao and teased him. "Your Highness has a weak body, so it's best to be careful." Rong Xiao's thin lips curved up slightly. She was deliberately targeting him because of what happened yesterday. "Then I won't disturb you any longer. After a while, I will leave." After Rong Xiao finished speaking, he continued to walk up. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes slightly. Actually, she had a vague guess in her heart. Perhaps the sudden roar of the ferocious beast had something to do with Rong Xiao. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully for a while, but she didn't hear anything else. It was as if everything that had happened just now was an illusion. At this time, Rong Xiao had already reached the second floor. With a step, he disappeared from Chu Luiyue's sight. Chu Luiyue stood there for a while, then turned around and went back to his room. Rong Xiao's strength was unfathomable, and it was definitely more than enough for him to go up to the second floor. However, she didn't know which floor he would go to in the end. And why did he come here? After closing the door, Chu Luiyue sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate again. Rong Xiao walked up step by step. When he reached the second floor, he paused and looked around. The number of rooms here was obviously much fewer than the first floor, but each room was relatively larger. Those who could come here were at least stage 2 warriors. Now that most of the students were recuperating, there weren't many people on the first floor, and the second floor was even more deserted. Rong Xiao continued to walk up. The pressure on different floors was different, and ordinary students would slow down when they reached here. Even stage 3 warriors would have to try a few times before they could successfully reach the third floor. But Rong Xiao's footsteps were as calm as ever. He didn't stop at all and directly crossed the stairs to the third floor. But he didn't stop. Ta. 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 Soft but clear footsteps echoed in Jiuyou Tower. Very quickly, Rong Xiao felt that there was a transparent barrier at the top of the stairs. This was the barrier on the fourth floor. In Tianlu Academy, apart from the elders and teachers, there were very few stage 4 warriors among the students. Thus, very few people came to this floor. Through the barrier, Rong Xiao could clearly feel the rich heaven and earth force on the fourth floor. The heaven and earth force here was a few times stronger than the outside world. If he could cultivate here, his speed would increase tremendously. But at the same time, the pressure and danger contained here would increase exponentially. He looked up slightly, and his deep and quiet gaze landed on the barrier. Buzz! With just a glance, ripples rapidly appeared on the barrier, and it broke open from the middle. Rong Xiao walked straight up. When he walked past the barrier, he waved his hand gently, and the barrier quickly repaired itself before returning to normal. It seemed like no one had been here before. Elder Wei Yun lay lazily on the chair and supported his head with one hand. He was drowsy. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. His originally lazy gaze instantly turned sharp as he looked at Jiuyou Tower. Just now, he clearly felt that there was a strange movement in Jiuyou Tower. But when he wanted to carefully sense it again, he realized that the unusual ripple had already dissipated. Elder Wei Yun furrowed his brows, stood up, and took 2 steps forward. But there was no more movement from Jiuyou Tower. Elder Wei Yun stood rooted to the ground and looked at Jiuyou Tower with a complicated gaze. Not only did he not feel relaxed at all, but he also became more worried. Actually, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened in Jiuyou Tower. Recently, Jiuyou Tower would always have some strange movements that would disappear very quickly. He had tried to investigate in detail before, but it was to no avail. Perhaps, he should discuss this with the dean as soon as possible. Rong Xiao walked all the way up and didn't attract anyone's attention until he reached the 6th floor. On this floor, there was no one else besides him. The density of the force here was so high that even the teachers in the academy might not be able to withstand it. But Rong Xiu's expression was normal, and he didn't seem to feel uncomfortable at all. He resealed the barrier on the 6th floor and finally stopped. He raised his eyes and looked up. In reality, there were barriers on the top 3 floors, and he couldn't see anything here. But he seemed to be able to see through them and see the innermost floor. "Do you still want to continue?" His low and cold voice reverberated in the empty 6th floor, and it carried the absolute suppression that only a superior could have. No one answered. "It's been so many years, but your temper has grown." Rong Xiu's expression turned slightly cold. Hiss, a strange sound traveled over. It had a tinge of suppressed madness, but it couldn't hide its fear. It was naturally afraid of Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu clenched his fist slightly, and silver force rapidly gathered, finally forming a long whip full of barbs. He raised his hand expressionlessly and swung it violently. Pa! The long whip hit the barrier on the 7th floor harshly. A mournful shriek rang out once again. "This whip is for your crime of being disobedient. Pa!" The second whip followed closely. "This whip is for your crime of attempting to possess someone else's body." Rong Xiu's eyes were cold as he spoke slowly. "If you don't listen to me, this third whip will definitely break your pearl of essence. Do you understand?" Chapter 186. When Rong Xiu came out of Joyo Tower, Elder Wei Yun was still a little surprised. "You're out so quickly. Did you take a good look around?" Rong Xiu smiled faintly and nodded. "I just wanted to know what Joyo Tower looked like when my mother was alive, so I went in for a while. Besides, I'm not a student of the academy. I'm already very grateful that you let me in." Elder Wei Yun thought to himself. Rong Xiu's body was weak, and he could only take a look at the 1st floor. It was normal for him to take such a short time. However, he couldn't say this out loud. "It's nothing. What's there to thank me for? I heard that you'll be staying in the academy for a while. If you want to come, feel free to." Ryue had helped the academy a lot back then. As Rong Xiu was her only child, they naturally took care of him. "Thank you, Elder Wei Yun." Rong Xiu thanked him again and coughed twice. Elder Wei Yun saw that his face was a little pale and thought that this child's body was indeed weak. He immediately let him go back. Rong Xiu naturally followed his advice. Elder Wei Yun looked back at Joyo Tower again. For some reason, that faint uneasiness seemed to have dissipated a lot. When Rong Xiu returned to Yifeng Courtyard, Yan Qing welcomed him and asked nervously, "Master, did you go to Joyo Tower?" "Master, you went to Joyo Tower?" He had left the academy in the morning and heard that his master had gone there the moment he returned. "Didn't you say that you wouldn't make any moves for the time being?" Rong Xiu walked to the peach tree and lay on the rattan chair lazily. "If you're disobedient, I naturally have to teach you a lesson." Yan Qing's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he realize that his master seemed to be a little angry. This anger seemed to be directed at Joyo Tower. "You can leave this matter to Chuan Xiong. Why do you have to do it personally?" Yan Qing really didn't understand. Entering Tian Lu Academy was already eye-catching enough. Now that master had gone to Joyo Tower in front of everyone, who knew what those people would do if news of this spread? Rong Xiu closed his eyes. The sunlight fell on his eyelashes, leaving a faint shadow under his eyelids. Yan Qing furrowed his brows in confusion. Didn't master rest at Miss Lu Yu's place yesterday? Why does he look like he didn't sleep well? Didn't he always sleep better with Miss Lu Yu by his side? But seeing that Rong Xiu did not say a word, Yan Qing immediately understood that her master was going to rest. She bowed and said, "Your subordinate will take his leave first." He took a few steps back before turning around and walking into the house. Just as he reached the door, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait. When was the last time Chuan Xiong sent news about Joyo Tower's biggest anomaly? That day seemed to be the day Miss Lu Yu entered Jiuyou Tower for the first time. Xuanqiong even suspected that the anomaly had something to do with Chu Luyue. Yan Qing couldn't help but turn around to take a look, and the corners of her eyes twitched. After all this time, so Master just personally went to stand up for Miss Lu Yu? Chu Luyue absorbed the last bit of heaven and earth force into her body and integrated it into the water droplet in her dantian. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. It seemed that after her training in Wanling Mountain, her abilities had increased a lot after her body recovered. Now, she could faintly feel that she was about to break through to become a Stage 2 warrior. Then, she would be able to go to the second level and speed up her cultivation. Thinking of this, Chu Luyue glanced at the hourglass on the wall. She realized that her cultivation time had just ended, so she got up and left. When she reached the stairs, she couldn't help but stop and look up. The stairs spiraled upwards, and she couldn't see what was at the top. And Rong Xiao didn't seem to be there either. Jiuyou Tower was very quiet, and it was as if the mournful screams from before never appeared. When Chu Luyue arrived at Mu Hongyu's residence, she saw that she was flipping through a book in boredom. She seemed to be worried about something, and her thin eyebrows were knitted together as if she wanted to use her eyes to look through the book. Hongyu. Hearing Chu Luyue's voice, Mu Hongyu returned to her senses and looked at Chu Luyue weakly. Lu Yu, you're here. What's wrong? You look so listless. Chu Luyue sat down beside her and glanced at the book indifferently. It's because my body hasn't recovered, so I can't cultivate. Mu Hongyu looked up and sighed. I've never suffered such a serious injury since I was young. Who knew that it would take so long? I'm going to fall sick from holding it in. Chu Luyue poured himself a cup of tea, doubting the credibility of her words. You haven't been idle these few days. Why are you idle now? Mu Hongyu snorted. Ji Yurong went to look for teacher to change rooms today, and he took his things to another place in the afternoon. Don't tell me you don't know about this. Chu Luyue's hand that was holding the teacup paused slightly. I coincidentally bumped into the two of them today, so I settled this matter directly. That's why I said I'm idle. Mu Hongyu leaned back, opened the booklet, and covered her face with it. I still need a few more days before I can move my body. Just thinking about it makes me so bored. She suddenly thought of something, sat up straight, and stared at Chu Luyue carefully. That's not right. You're also injured. I remember that it's more serious than mine. Why do you look fine now? I heard that you went to Jiuyou Tower to cultivate today. Chu Luyue nodded. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others. Even if Chu Luyue's talent was better than hers, she didn't have to bully others like this. Chu Luyue smiled faintly. The recovery speed of the Daijing Yuan Meridian was indeed much faster. Don't worry, I won't go tomorrow. Why? I've used up my 38 hours. Chu Luyue tapped on her nameplate. Mu Hongyu was shocked at first, then looked at him with disdain. Who told you to go every day? It's already good that you're able to last until now. So I'm here to ask for advice. How can I earn these cultivation hours? Mu Hongyu threw the book in her hand to Chu Luyue. Here, all the ways to earn cultivation hours are here. Take a look. Chu Luyue had noticed this earlier, but she didn't expect it to be related to Jiuyou Tower. She flipped to the first page and saw a line of words at the top. A third-grade magical beast's core of essence in exchange for 2 hours. This was given out when school started. Everyone has one. It's normal that you don't have one since you entered the school in the middle. There are all kinds of missions written here. The harder the mission, the better the reward. Chu Luyue flipped to the back. A 5th-grade magical beast's core of essence in exchange for 100 hours. The difference was quite big. However, it was understandable. The difficulty of obtaining a 5th-grade magical beast's core of essence was indeed many times higher than obtaining a 3rd-grade magical beast's core of essence. As Chu Luiyue was reading, Mu Hongyu suddenly leaned in and asked in a low voice, "Oh, right. Oh right, I heard that Prince Li also went to Jiuyou Tower today." Chu Luiyue glanced at her. "How did you know?" "I'm not the only one who knows. Now, the entire academy knows about it, all right? You don't know, but Prince Li has become the most popular person in the school. Of course, it's only for women. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 187. Oh. Why? Chu Luiyue was a little surprised. Of course it's because of his face. Mu Hongyu let out a strange cry. "You don't really think that His Highness Prince Li looks ordinary, do you?" Chu Luiyue's eyes shouldn't be a problem. Chu Luiyue's eyes twitched. For a moment, she was speechless. Mu Hongyu's words were not without reason. That devilish face was indeed very deceiving. In the past, the most famous person in the academy was the Crown Prince. Objectively speaking, the Crown Prince is also considered handsome, but compared to Rongxiu, miserable. That kind of magnificent bearing was simply the difference between the clouds and mud. I heard that His Highness Prince Li's mother was deeply doted on by His Majesty. Now, the most favored concubine can't be compared to her at all. Looking at His Highness Prince Li's face, it's not difficult to understand why. Yesterday, when he appeared, countless women instantly changed sides and fell in love with him. Chu Luiyue suddenly remembered that the day before, Rongxiu was just quietly lying in Yifeng courtyard and attracted the admiration of many women. She felt a little inexplicably stifled in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She calmly flipped through the book in her hand and asked in a seemingly unintentional manner, "His Highness Prince Li is not bad, but he is sick in bed all year round. I'm afraid his body is very weak. Don't they mind? So what? Have you forgotten that he is the current 7th prince, His Highness Prince Li? Just this title alone is enough to make countless women rush forward dauntlessly, not to mention that he is born with such a face. I think that there are many women who are willing to take care of him." Chu Luiyue's hand paused. "That's true. I heard that His Highness Prince Li will be living in the academy for a period of time. Many people have some thoughts about it. Fortunately, the place he lives is quite special. Ordinary students don't dare to rashly approach it. I remember that you live not far away." Chu Luiyue looked up at her. "What are you trying to say?" Mu Hongyu chuckled. "It's nothing. I just feel that Prince Li seems to treat you differently." She lowered her voice, her gossipy heart burning. "After Prince Li returned to the capital, he didn't appear much. But the only time he attended the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, he helped you. Isn't that strange? And I keep having the feeling that he treats you differently." Chu Luiyue's eyes flashed. He rolled up the booklet and gently tapped her forehead. "So when you said you were free, you were thinking about these things?" Ouch. Mu Hongyu touched her head. "I'm just kidding. I think your injuries are still too light. Aren't you running out of cultivation time?" Speaking of this, Mu Hongyu pouted. "That's right. In order to go to Wanling Mountain, I went to Jiuyou Tower to cultivate many times. It's a pity that he still hasn't broken through to become a stage 4 warrior." Chu Luiyue thought for a while. "You really want to break through? You have a way? Actually, you should be breaking through soon. Once your body recovers and you cultivate for a while, you will naturally be able to advance to a stage 4 warrior." Mu Hongyu rested her chin on her hands and asked curiously. "I heard that some pills can also help to break through. Lu Yu, since you can help Zhongshu detoxify, can you also help me? Using pills is ultimately relying on external forces. Although it can help you break through quickly, it will do more harm than good to your future cultivation. If you use it now, it's very likely that you will stagnate in the future. I see. Mu Hongyu was shocked and hurriedly rejected. Then I don't want it. I'd better cultivate properly. Rest well for the next few days. I'll lend you some cultivation time. When you break through to become a Stage 4 warrior, you can complete the missions on this booklet and return them to me. As Chu Luiyue spoke, he returned the booklet to Mu Hongyu and got up to leave. Sigh. Luyu, how do you plan to earn money? The missions on this booklet are quite troublesome. Happiness flashed across Chu Luiyue's eyes. I have my ways. What? Are you sure you want to use this level 5 Xian array diagram to exchange for cultivation time? Elder Wei Yun looked at the Xian array diagram in his hand and asked in shock. Chu Luiyue left and came back just for this. That's right. Chu Luiyue looked at him in confusion. Why? Can't I exchange it? That's not it. It's just that, this level 5 Xian array diagram is extremely precious. Are you sure you want to take it out? Elder Wei Yun still found it unbelievable. Most people had never even seen a level 5 Xian array diagram before. Once they had one, they would definitely treat it as a treasure. But what was going on with Chu Luiyue? He actually took it out to exchange for cultivation time in Jiuyo Tower? Wasn't this too extravagant? Lu Yu, you'd better reconsider. You don't have to cultivate in Jiuyo Tower. It's the same for you to cultivate in other places. It might be a little slow, but it's stable. Why are you in such a hurry? Elder Wei Yun's words were very tactful. In fact, he didn't approve of Chu Luiyue doing this. Didn't she know that haste made waste? Chu Luiyue's lips curled up. Of course, she knew that she could absorb the heaven and earth force to cultivate anywhere. However, the Daijing Yuan Meridian's tolerance was much stronger than ordinary Yuan Meridian. Not only would she not be negatively affected in Jiuyo Tower, but she could also increase her cultivation speed. Why not? Moreover, she was indeed pressed for time. Elder Wei Yun, I know what I'm doing. Can you help me exchange it? Seeing Chu Luiyue's determined expression, Elder Wei Yun knew that it was useless to persuade her and could only agree. He kept the level 5 Xian formation diagram and gently swiped Chu Luiyue's nameplate on the black jade. Chu Luiyue clearly saw that the number on it changed from 0 to 100. Thank you, Elder Wei Yun. Chu Luiyue happily placed the nameplate back on her left chest. With these 100 hours, she shouldn't have to worry about these problems for the time being. However, Elder Wei Yun secretly shook his head. This child's thoughts and foresight are not far-sighted enough. I still have to persuade her some other day. Chu Luiyue glanced at him and knew what he was thinking, but she didn't intend to explain. If she told him now that she would come again in the future and continue to use Xian formation diagrams to exchange for cultivation time, Elder Wei Yun would probably beat her up. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 188. What? You exchanged a 5th level Xian formation diagram for 100 hours? Upon hearing Chu Luiyue's explanation, Mu Hongyu jumped up in shock. Are you crazy? Chu Luiyue handed the nameplate over calmly. I'll lend you 40 hours first. You can return it to me later. Mu Hongyu covered her face in despair. Elder Wei Yun actually didn't reprimand you? Do you know how precious a 5th level Xian formation diagram is? If you were a warrior, it's fine if you don't need it, but you're a Xian master. That Xian formation diagram wasn't mine in the first place. I won it from Gu Mingzhu last time. Isn't it a good idea to exchange it for these 100 hours? But Gu Mingzhu has never done such a thing. Mu Hongyu looked at Chu Luiyue's indifferent expression and was so angry that she didn't know what to say. Gu Mingzhu was doted on in the Gu family back then, but she couldn't bear to do this. How could Chu Luiyue not feel any heartache at all? Then what if you want to become a 5th level Xian master in the future but don't have a Xian formation diagram to study? Oh, I still have one scroll. The demonic beasts in Wanling Mountain had all been killed. Exchanging time with the demonic beasts' cores of essence wouldn't work. As for alchemy, she didn't really want to expose this point now. After thinking about it, the Xian formation diagram was still the most suitable. Mu Hongyu could tell that Chu Luiyue couldn't be persuaded at all. She took the nameplate painfully, and her hands were trembling slightly. What kind of big boss did she follow? 2 5th-level Xian formation diagrams were so insignificant in her eyes? Lu Yu, tell me honestly. Do you plan to exchange for the remaining scroll too? Chu Luiyue smiled. You even guessed this? 3rd-level Xian formation diagrams can only be exchanged for 2 hours, while 4th-level ones can be exchanged for 20 hours. No matter how I think about it, 5th-level Xian formation diagrams are the most convenient. These should be able to last for a while. After I'm done, I'll just find some more Xian formation diagrams. Lu Yu, Xian formation diagrams are not cabbages. How are you going to find him then? Oh, if I can't find it, I'll just draw one myself. Mu Hongyu cupped her fists in admiration. He's a ruthless person. She had heard that it was very difficult to inscribe Xian formation diagrams, but seeing Chu Luiyue's indifferent expression, as if he didn't take it seriously, Mu Hongyu didn't say anything more. The thought process of a genius was indeed different from that of an ordinary person. Chu Luiyue glanced at Mu Hongyu and couldn't help but smile. This matter might seem difficult to others, but to her, it couldn't be any easier. Although she was only a level 2 mystic cultivator now, there were more than 10,000 mystic formation diagrams stored in her mind. When the time came, he could just write something down from memory and carve it out. Alright, don't think too much about it. The Qingjiao competition is coming soon. Prepare well. After saying that, Chu Luiyue gave her 40 hours and left with the nameplate. When Chu Luiyue returned to his residence, he realized that the usually quiet Shuangqing River had suddenly become a lot more lively. Whether it was by the river or on the bridge, there seemed to be a lot of people. This was especially true when they were all beautiful and graceful women. And their gazes were all looking in a certain direction from time to time. Chu Luiyue understood and followed their gazes. Indeed, they were all looking at Yifeng Courtyard. However, he wasn't resting in the courtyard today. But this still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the women. All of them were looking in that direction with admiration and anticipation. The corners of Chu Luiyue's mouth twitched, and he directly walked towards his residence. When he walked through the fragrant crowd and could finally catch his breath, only one word flashed through his mind. Attracting bees and butterflies. Rong Xiao was resting in Yifeng Courtyard that day. Now, it seemed like he did it on purpose. She originally thought that Rong Xiao had always claimed to be sick and didn't have any real power. Even if he was good-looking, there shouldn't be many people who were interested in him. But she seemed to have guessed wrongly. Chu Luiyue went up to the 2nd floor and spread out the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. She planned to write down the antidote for the red blood goo poison first. She had seen this poison once in her previous life, but that was when she was very young. At that time, she wasn't a celestial physician yet. She was just following her master around as an assistant. She didn't look at the antidote carefully at that time. Now that such a long time had passed, she only remembered half of it. She needed to think about how to perfect this antidote. The brush was filled with ink, and a faint fragrance of ink spread out. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and smelled the fragrance. She suddenly felt much calmer. Be it the inkstone or the brush, they were both things she liked very much. She suddenly remembered that she hadn't been to the Zhenbao Pavilion for a while. She didn't know if the first master had returned to the capital. If there was time, she really wanted to meet him. Time passed by bit by bit. By the time Chu Luiyue finished writing the antidote, it was already close to evening. She walked to the window and glanced at the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the horizon with a moving warm color. As if unintentionally, she turned her gaze slightly and looked at the courtyard in the distance. There was still no one in Yifeng courtyard. But it seemed to be much quieter outside. Chu Luiyue felt a little strange. She walked to the other side and took a look. She saw that the previously bustling Shuangqing River was now almost empty. They've all left? Just as Chu Luiyue was feeling puzzled, she saw Yan Qing walking across the bridge. She folded the antidote, put it in her arms, and went downstairs. When Yan Qing saw Chu Luiyue walking towards her, her heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly said, "Greetings, Miss Lu Yu." Chu Luiyue asked with a smile, "Yan Qing, did you just come back?" "Yes. Prince Li is living in the academy, and you're the only one serving him?" "Yes. His Highness wants to be quiet and doesn't want to be too troublesome, so he only brought me." Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. "Quiet? His Highness's wish is a little difficult. I live nearby and also feel that it's a little noisy." Yan Qing froze for a moment. "Miss Lu Yu means? Don't worry, this kind of situation won't happen again." Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. "I've already told them that His Highness needs to recuperate and hoped that they wouldn't disturb him, so they immediately left. I've already gone out and come back." Yan Qing vaguely felt that Chu Luiyue's words sounded cold, so she hurriedly explained. "Oh." There was a smile in Chu Luiyue's eyes, which made Yan Qing feel a little guilty. "It seems that they're really sincere to His Highness. They just said that he needed to recuperate, and then they all went back obediently, for fear of disturbing him. Your Highness, Prince Li, you've really attracted countless women." Digression. At about 9:30 p.m., mobile phone users please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI. Chapter 189. Yan Qing felt that something was wrong. Why did Miss Lu Yu seem to be angry? Before he could say anything, Chu Luiyue had already left. "Miss Lu Yu, Yan Qing thought for a while and quickly returned to Yifeng courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw his master reading a book. "Master, Miss Luiyue went out just now, and she asked me some questions." Rong Xiao replied with a and turned a page. Seeing his master like this, Yan Qing couldn't help muttering in his heart. His master must know what they talked about, but why didn't he react? Did they quarrel with each other? "Master, I've already explained to Ms. Luiyue. She said that you only said one sentence, and those girls left." His master had already done so much to keep himself clean. Why did Miss Lu Yu look unhappy? Rong Xiao finally looked up from the book and glanced at Yan Qing. "Yan Qing." "Yes, master." "You haven't married yet, have you?" "I've been with you since I was a child." "You know that I haven't married yet." Rong Xiao rubbed between his eyebrows. Yan Qing was good at everything, but he was not enlightened when it came to matters between men and women. Fortunately, he was the most suitable person to do this. Seeing his master's expression, Yan Qing felt more and more that he had done something wrong. He immediately bowed and asked for forgiveness. "Your Highness, it's my fault. When Miss Lu Yu comes back, I'll apologize to her in person." Rong Xiao finally couldn't help but smile. "No need. I just want to make her angry." Yan Qing looked up in surprise and rarely lost his composure. "Master likes Miss Lu Yu very much, doesn't he?" "This. Logically speaking, he can't wait to make her happy. Why did he deliberately make her angry?" "Master, this, what if Miss Lu Yu really gets angry? Aren't you the one who will feel sorry for her?" Rong Xiao turned a page and the smile on his face deepened. "It's good that he's really angry, Chu Luiyue naturally did not know that Rong Xiao had set a trap for her to jump into. Although Yan Qing's words made her feel a little uncomfortable, she quickly put this matter to the back of her mind. Because she had more important things to do now. When they arrived at Jinbao Pavilion, it was already late and Jinbao Pavilion was about to close. But when the waiter saw Chu Luiyue, his eyes immediately lit up and he came forward to greet him politely. "Miss Lu Yu, you're here. Quick. Please come in." Ever since Yan Ge generously gave Chu Luiyue a congratulatory gift, everyone in Jinbao Pavilion knew that they had to treat her well. In addition, Chu Luiyue had asked the people from Jinbao Pavilion to collect the debt from the Chu family and gave them a generous reward when they returned. Now, the entire Jinbao Pavilion treated her as a VIP. Chu Luiyue asked as she walked in. "Where's Second Master Yan? Is he not here today?" "He's here." Yan Ge immediately walked out of the cubicle when he heard the voice. When he saw Chu Luiyue, he was both happy and excited. "Miss Lu Yu, what brings you here? I heard that you just came back from Wanling Mountain. Are you feeling better now?" Chu Luiyue smiled. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Second Master Yan. Don't mention it. I wanted to visit you when I had the chance, but after Miss Lu Yu came back, she went straight back to the academy. We didn't want to disturb you, right?" Yan Ge thought that since that person had come personally, she would definitely be fine. "I appreciate Second Master Yan's kindness. I'm here today because I have something to trouble you with." Chu Luiyue handed over a piece of paper as she spoke. "Do you have the herbs listed here in Jinbao Pavilion?" On that piece of paper, only a portion of the herbs in the prescription was written. Yan Ge took the paper. When he saw the words on it clearly, his expression turned serious instantly. After a long while, he finally sighed. "Miss Lu Yu, it's fine if you don't come. But when you do, you've given us such a huge problem. None of the things listed here are easy to find. That's why I'm here. Heaven Pharmacy might have these things, but if she went there, Zhuo Rong and the rest would definitely realize that something was amiss. She did it on purpose the last time to lure the snake out of its hole. But it was different this time. She didn't want others to know that she could cure the red blood goo. She had solved a problem that even the celestial physician in the college couldn't solve. Wasn't she creating trouble for herself? Yan Ge pondered for a moment and immediately understood Chu Luiyue's intention. He found it strange that she didn't come the last time. But now, it seemed that she had other plans. "All right. I'll go to the storeroom now and prepare these things for you. But we don't have two of the herbs here at the moment. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while." Chu Luiyue's expression was calm, but she was shocked on the inside. All the herbs listed were extremely precious. She had thought that it would be good enough if she could find 3 or 4 of them here. She didn't expect that they only lacked 2 of them. Moreover, he asked her to wait. Didn't this mean that they had the means to get these herbs? She knew that Jinbao Pavilion had a strong background and was definitely not just a simple shop. But now it seemed that, it was even more unfathomable than she had expected. "Thank you, Second Master Yan." Chu Luiyue thanked him and asked in a seemingly casual manner. "Oh yes, I wonder if your first master has returned to the capital?" Yan Ge paused for a moment and laughed again. "Ha ha ha, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Recently, First Master has been busy accompanying Madam, so he doesn't have time for now." "Accompanying Madam?" Chu Luiyue was a little surprised. But after thinking about it, it was normal for such a powerful figure to have a madam. "I didn't expect your first master to be so considerate to Madam. Their relationship should be very good, right?" Yan Ge coughed. "More than considerate. It was as if he had sacrificed himself. But this relationship. If he said that First Master had not won Madam's heart yet, how would she react?" "Ha ha ha. Of course, of course. Our madam is the most outstanding woman in the world. Our first master has always treated her like a treasure. Yan Ge laughed and avoided Chu Liuyue's gaze. Saying this in front of this person was first master not afraid of angering this person in the future by keeping it a secret? Forget it, let's not care about that. Anyway, it was always good to praise her now. If she pursued the matter in the future, it would be a bonus. If you have the chance to meet her in the future, you will know that I'm not lying. Digression, February, what a wave of flattery. Second Master Yen, your desire to live is really strong. Much stronger than your first master. Second Master Yen, hee. Yen Qing, Master, someone seems to be scolding you for courting death. Rong Xiao, he. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from LoveNet. Chapter 190. Chu Luiyue was even more curious about this first master and his wife. Actually, she had unintentionally heard a rumor that the first master of Zhenbao Pavilion had specially cancelled the auction that was supposed to be held in order to pick a gift for his wife. He had even offended many influential people in the capital because of this. Even Chu Luiyue was secretly amazed by such an action. One must know that to these wealthy people, money was not the most important thing. The most important thing was face. Nothing much had happened in the end. Firstly, Zhenbao Pavilion's status was high and they did not dare to fall out with it. Secondly, Zhenbao Pavilion had given them a generous compensation which could be considered as giving them a way out. This was the only way they could get through this crisis peacefully. The first master of Zhenbao Pavilion was really rich and generous. He was even more sincere towards his wife. All right. I hope there will be such an opportunity in the future. After Chu Luiyue finished speaking, she discussed the medicinal herbs with Yan Ge and reminded him of some details. The page boy quickly brought the medicinal herbs over. Chu Luiyue looked at the big and small boxes and felt a little troubled. If she brought these items to the academy with great fanfare, it would definitely attract the attention of many people. If teacher Zuo Rong knew, he would definitely come to investigate. By then, it would be difficult for her to explain herself. If she said it, she would definitely be suspected. If she did not say it, it would be even more strange for her to come to Zhenbao Pavilion instead of the Academy's Heaven Medicine Pavilion. Yan Ge glanced at her carefully and asked with a double meaning, "What are you talking about?" "Miss Lu Yu, I'm afraid it will be troublesome for you to bring these back alone?" Chu Luiyue nodded calmly. She still had many medicinal herbs to use in the future. She could not be so ostentatious every time. Second Master Yen, do you have anything here that would allow me to conveniently bring these items back? You mean, a Cosmos bag? Zhenbao Pavilion even has this? Chu Luiyue looked up in surprise. She had only asked casually. She did not expect it to really exist. Our treasure pavilion doesn't lack Qianquan bags. Otherwise, it would be difficult to bring back so many items, right? Yan Ge laughed heartily. Old Lu, go get a Qianquan bag for Miss Lu Yu. The manservant at the side hurriedly responded and quickly brought the things over. Miss Lu Yu, please. Yan Ge took the Cosmos sack and handed it to Chu Luiyue. You only need to inject a trace of your force into it, and this Cosmos sack will be yours. Chu Luiyue picked up the Qianquan bag and examined it carefully. This Qianquan pouch was only half the size of a palm. It was completely golden in color and was embroidered with exquisite silver cloud patterns. It looked very exquisite. Qianquan bags were also divided into different grades. The higher the grade, the larger the space within the Qianquan bag. She tentatively injected a trace of origin power. Hearing a faint sound in her mind, she immediately felt that there was a subtle connection between her and the Qianquan bag. She controlled her primordial spirit to take a look and was shocked to find that the space in the Qianquan bag was as big as a room. This was a few times bigger than teachers were Rong's. She widened her eyes slightly and looked at Yen Gu. Second Master Yen, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Sigh. I've already given it to you. How can I take it back? Moreover, you'll be coming here often in the future. If this Qinquan bag is bigger, it'll be more convenient for both of us, right? Chu Luyue hesitated. Yen Ji's words were not without reason. She would indeed need this Qinquan bag in the future for many reasons. Then, name a price. Chu Luyue pointed at the pile of herbs at the side. Add these in, and I'll settle the bill for you. At this moment, Chu Luyue was incomparably glad that she had gone to the Chu family to create a ruckus and snatched back the money that belonged to her and her father. Otherwise, she would not be able to afford anything here today. Yen Gu coughed. His master's wife came here to take things. How could she have the money? She was willing to give, but he did not dare to. However, since his master had not revealed his identity, he naturally had to follow along. Well, you see, you're already a VIP of Zhenbao Pavilion. Of course, we have to give you a discount. These herbs and the Qinquan bag, you just need to give me 300,000 taels of silver. Chu Luyue weighed the items in her hands. Second Master Yen, are you not going to continue this business? From what I know, just this Qinquan bag alone is worth more than 600,000 taels of silver, right? In addition to these herbs. I don't feel at ease if you only ask for 300,000 taels of silver. Yen Gu was instantly embarrassed. How about this, I'll give you 1 million taels of silver first. When the remaining 2 herbs are replenished, I'll give you another 500,000 taels of silver. How about that? Yen Gu widened his eyes. This is not good? What's not good about it? You get what you pay for. This is the money that I should give. It's settled then. Otherwise, I won't dare to do business with you again next time. Seeing Chu Luyue's firm attitude, Yen Gu could only agree. Then, all right. I'll listen to you. Chu Luyue nodded in satisfaction. She put the herbs into the Qinquan bag and left. After returning to the academy, Chu Luyue returned to her residence directly. After clearing out the items in the Qinquan bag, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. The medicine that she refined for Liao Zhongshu previously could only help to temporarily suppress the poison. After 7 days, if there was no antidote, the poison would directly erupt. By then, it would directly take Liao Zhongshu's life. Therefore, she had to refine the antidote for the red blood goo in the remaining 7 days. This was not easy for the current Chu Luyue. A real celestial physician actually relied on the force in their body to refine medicine. The more abundant the force, the better the effect of refining medicine. She was only a stage 1 warrior now. Even if she had the Daijing Yuan Meridian, it was not possible for her to successfully refine it in one go. It was very likely that the force in her body would be exhausted before she could even refine it halfway. Therefore, she had to think of a way. Chu Luyue unconsciously walked to the window and looked outside. At this time, the sky was already dark. Everything was submerged under the dark curtain of night and could not be seen clearly. Rong Xiao was not in the courtyard. Chu Luyue heaved a sigh of relief, but for some reason, she faintly felt a sense of loss in her heart. With Rong Xiao's identity and status, who knew how many noble ladies in the imperial city wanted to climb up to him? Moreover, he had such a magnificent appearance. Even if he was a sickly person in everyone's eyes, there were still waves of women who wanted to marry into the Prince Li's residence. Needless to say, he was actually a person with tyrannical strength and extraordinary means. Perhaps, just as she was thinking about this, a melodious whistle suddenly came from Yifeng courtyard. Chu Luyue was stunned. That was Rong Xiao blowing the peach leaf whistle. The faint sense of loss in her heart suddenly dissipated. She pursed her lips, but the corners of her eyes and brows were tinged with a hint of a smile. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 191. It was a sleepless night. From the second day onwards, Chu Luiyue started to process those herbs. She was unable to refine the antidote for the red blood goo in one go, so she planned to do it step by step. She would first settle the more troublesome herbs before mixing them together. In this way, as long as the herbs were well preserved, the success rate would still be high. Also, it would not attract attention. Chu Luiyue locked herself in her room and did not come out for 2 days and 2 nights. On the 4th day, Zhenbao Pavilion finally sent the remaining 2 herbs over. As the packaging was very tight, no one guessed that they were herbs sent over. They just thought that Chu Luiyue had bought something from Zhenbao Pavilion. Everyone in the imperial city knew that Chu Luiyue had a close relationship with Zhenbao Pavilion. Since he was able to book the entire Phoenix restaurant for her back then, it was not surprising that he would send her something now. After Chu Luiyue gathered the herbs, she locked herself in her room again to refine the antidote. As she had instructed Mu Hongyu and the rest before, they did not come to disturb her. However, the rest of the people in the school were secretly puzzled. Meditation class. Si Yang looked at the chessboard in front of him and rubbed his head. Sigh. This Xian formation is too difficult. Mr. Dongfang Qing could not help but laugh. Although this goldenwood formation is a level 3 Xian formation, the difficulty of deciphering it is almost comparable to a level 4 Xian formation. It's normal that you find it difficult. However, if you can decipher it, it means that you are not far from becoming a level 4 Xian master. Many students were finally excited when they heard this. However, Si Yang wailed. Level 4 Xian master? How could it be so easy to break through? He could not help but look at the 2 empty seats beside him with a dejected expression. Since yesterday, Si Ting had stopped coming. As the Qingjiao competition was approaching, Elder Sun had high hopes for Si Ting and had already sent him into seclusion. As for Chu Luiyue, she had not come even once after returning from Wanling Mountain. Si Yang, you have to work hard and obtain a good ranking in the Qingjiao competition. Dongfang Qing had high hopes for Si Yang, especially now that Si Ting and Chu Luiyue were not around and Gu Mingzhu was dead. Si Yang was the only one left in the top 4. Si Yang smiled bitterly. Teacher Dongfang, you think too highly of me. If I had Big Brother's talent, I would definitely think that there would be no problem. The point is, I don't have it. You should be the one saying that to Chu Luiyue. Dongfang Qing coughed. She didn't come, did she? The mention of Chu Luiyue immediately attracted the attention of the other students. Everyone began to discuss in low voices. Yes. She hasn't been here for a long time, but I heard that she goes to Jiuyo Tower quite frequently. Is she going to participate in the Qingjiao competition as a martial artist? It's not impossible. After all, Si Ting was suppressing the Xian masters, but she was number 1 in martial arts. If she wants to be safe, it's normal for her to choose a martial artist. I think she must be preparing for the Qingjiao competition since she hasn't been here for the past few days. Si Yang stretched his body. She will be participating in both competitions. Everyone's discussion stopped abruptly. The Qingjiao competition is a competition between schools. Instead of being jealous, why don't you focus on cultivating? That way, you won't be a burden to the school. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. The room was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. Chu Luiyue had already put in all the herbs in the square cauldron. She only needed to fuse them together. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath as she looked at the colorful mess inside. This last step was the most important. With her current abilities, it was a little difficult for her to do it. But no matter what, she had to try. Today was the last day. If she couldn't make the antidote successfully, Liao Zhongshu would definitely die. And there would be no clues about the person behind this. Chu Luyue pressed her hands on the square cauldron and held her breath in concentration. Rich force gushed out from her palms and poured into the cauldron. Boom! A blazing red flame rose into the air. It instantly enveloped the mess. Chu Luyue carefully controlled her strength and fused the herbs bit by bit. Because there were too many herbs, her force was quickly depleting. However, it was not easy to perfectly fuse medicinal herbs with different medicinal properties. Moreover, this was the first time she was trying to make the antidote for the red blood goo on her own after so many years. Therefore, even she was a little uncertain in her heart. After some time, the herbs of different colors finally started to fuse together. Chu Luyue's back was drenched in sweat. Seeing that the herbs had finally fused, Chu Luyue did not relax. Instead, she became even more nervous. This was because she realized that this step was depleting her force at an even faster rate. The force in her body was almost completely depleted. But if she wanted to complete the antidote, she would need more force to support it. Celestial Physician was different from Xian masters and martial artists. Celestial Physician could transform force into flames, but Xian masters and martial artists could not. Moreover, even if there were other people supporting her with force, it would be useless and could not be transformed into flames for refining the antidote. Now, she could only rely on herself. Time passed by slowly. Chu Luyue clearly felt that the force in her body was completely depleted. The flame in the square cauldron was rapidly shrinking and was about to extinguish. Once it stopped, it would definitely fail. It did not matter if these herbs were depleted, but the antidote would definitely not be completed. Her vision turned black, and she almost could not stand steadily. No! She could not fail at the last step. Chu Luyue bit the tip of her tongue, and the sharp pain made her sober. However, there was no more force in her body. Her hands gripped the square cauldron tightly, and her knuckles turned white. Her internal organs seemed to have been tightly squeezed into a ball. Her heart was gradually drowned in despair. Could it really not work? Buzz. A buzzing sound suddenly came from her dantian. The water droplet that was floating in her dantian suddenly started to move. A slight ripple appeared on the smooth surface of the water. In an instant, a majestic force surged into her limbs and bones. Chu Luyue immediately reacted. Without thinking, she transformed all the force into flames and poured it into the square cauldron. The flame that was about to extinguish rose again. And the herbs inside were fusing at an extraordinary speed. Chu Luyue stared intently at the square cauldron. Those herbs were rapidly refined and fused, and they quickly condensed into a ball that was the size of a fist. Chu Luyue widened her eyes in shock. Because, this was the sign of pill formation. There were countless doctors in the world, but Celestial Physician was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The biggest difference between them was whether they could form pills. Generally speaking, only a doctor who broke through to become a fourth-grade doctor could become a true Celestial Physician. And this step was also the huge gap that prevented countless doctors from becoming Celestial Physician. She originally thought that her current strength was limited and could not form pills, so she had always been preparing to refine soup. Although there was a difference in the medicinal effect, it was not a problem to detoxify the poison. But now, boom! A formless fluctuation spread out from the light brown pill. Digression, Great Ant Raging. 3 chapters updated at 3 p.m. Love mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 192. At this moment, a silver stream of light flew in from outside and instantly transformed into a huge barrier that enveloped the square cauldron. At the same time, a strong arm wrapped around Chu Luyue's slender waist and pulled her away from the square cauldron. Buzz! The violent power slammed heavily into the silver barrier, emitting a dull thud. Ripples started to appear on the spirit formation. As the ripples spread out, the muffled sound was quickly suppressed and completely disappeared. The room quickly quieted down as if nothing had happened. Chu Liuyue's heart was still beating rapidly as a low chuckle sounded by her ear. So ostentatious. Do you want everyone to come and snatch you from this prince? The only person who could quickly appear at this time was Rongxiu and no one else. Leaning against his broad and warm chest, Chu Liuyue's wild heartbeat seemed to be soothed by an indescribable force and gradually calmed down. Looking at the square cauldron that was completely enveloped by the silver barrier, she suddenly released a sigh of relief. When the pill was formed, it caused a huge commotion and would definitely attract attention. Once it was discovered, she closed her eyes. Many thanks. Rongxiu heard that there was something wrong with her voice and tilted his head to take a look. He saw that her face was exceptionally pale. His eyes darkened slightly. This was clearly because she had overdrawn her strength when refining the pill, causing her to collapse. Was it worth it to do this for an unrelated person? If this prince didn't come, what did you plan to do? Chu Liyue was stunned for a moment. She raised her eyes to look at him but saw that his expression was somewhat unfathomable. It seemed like he was angry. Chu Liyue blinked and unconsciously reached out to grab the front of his clothes. Your Highness really won't come? In the dark night, the candlelight was brilliant, but it could not compare to the thousands of years of flowing light in her eyes, which were as bright as the galaxy. Her tone was very normal, but in Rongxiu's ears, it was more moving than any music. The trace of unhappiness in his heart quickly dissipated and was replaced by dense joy. Are you sure you can defeat me? The corners of Chu Liyue's mouth curled up slightly. She snorted softly and pushed his embrace away. That's not it. However, today's matter can be considered as atonement for your Highness' mistakes. Make amends? What did I do wrong? Your Highness knows this better than anyone else. Do you still need me to say more? At first, she didn't think much of it, but a few days later, when she thought about it again, she felt that something was wrong. What kind of person was Rongxiu? If he didn't want to be disturbed by those women, then he naturally had a way to prevent them from appearing in front of him. But that day, it was Yan Qing who came forward and asked those people to leave. There was nothing wrong with this, but it was not Rongxiu's style. She calmed herself down and thought for a moment before she could roughly guess what was going on. Rongxiu did not deny it. She had always been the smartest. We haven't seen each other for a few days and you, has been thinking about this prince? Chu Liyue glanced at him, too lazy to say anything. In any case, this person's skin had always been the thickest. She walked in front of the square cauldron and seriously looked at the silver barrier. Your Highness, you have quite a lot of good things. This colored glass barrier is priceless. The so-called colored glass barrier was a special origin tool. As long as a trace of origin power was injected, it could be activated and form an incomparably sturdy barrier. In times of crisis, this colored glass barrier was quite useful. The commotion caused by the formation of a fourth-grade pill was actually annihilated in an instant. Rongxiu raised his hand and the barrier flickered with silver light. Then, it quickly retracted and formed a longan-sized silver bead. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Chu Liyue walked in front of the square cauldron and took the pill in her hand. The fluctuations during the formation of the pill had already been blocked by the colored glass barrier. Now that it had stopped, there was no problem. She put the pill in a jade box beside her and paused when she heard Rongxiu's words. She wanted to refuse, but the colored glaze barrier was indeed very useful to her right now. Because she could already form pills now, she wouldn't be able to hide it if something like this happened again in the future. Most importantly, she suspected that her ability to form pills might have something to do with the water droplet in her body. She still couldn't fully control that water droplet at the moment. Who knew what kind of commotion it would cause in the future? After some thought, she looked at Rongxiu. Then Your Highness, please state your price. Rongxiu raised his brows and walked over. He took her hand and placed the colored glass barrier in her hand. I said I'll give it to you, so I'll give it to you. Chu Luiyue refused to accept it. Your Highness, I can't take your things for free. You've already owed this prince so many times. One more won't make a difference. Rongxiu said as he held her hand tightly. Chu Luiyue was speechless for a moment. That's true, other than these valuable treasures, she still owed Rongxiu a few lives. I don't have anything else I want now, so just remember it for now. It won't be too late for you to repay me when I remember it in the future. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and accepted the item without hesitation. Thank you, Your Highness. Rongxiu looked at her and suddenly asked, Oh, right. I heard that you're going to participate in the Qingjiao competition. Chu Luiyue wasn't surprised that he knew about this and nodded. Rongxiu narrowed his eyes. I'll be leaving the academy tomorrow and will be back after some time. You must be careful when you're alone. Chu Luiyue asked curiously. Leaving the academy? What are you going to do? The moment she said that, she felt that it was inappropriate for her to ask. Rongxiu was mysterious and powerful. He wasn't what he looked like on the surface. She really didn't have the right to ask what he was going to do. However, Rongxiu seemed to be very happy when he heard this. His thin lips curled up slightly as he pinched her face. This matter involves a lot of things. I'll tell you about it when I'm back. A strange feeling flashed across Chu Luiyue's heart. Rongxiu seemed like a husband talking to his wife before he left. She turned her gaze away and responded faintly. Since I'm leaving tomorrow, I'll be sleeping here tonight. You don't have any objections, right? Chu Luiyue was speechless. I shouldn't have thought about all those things just now. To think that I still had a trace of worry in my heart. Now, it seems that it was completely unnecessary. Rongxiu was the one who bullied others. How could others bully him? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 193. That night, Rongxiu slept beside Chu Luiyue as usual and hugged her for the entire night. Chu Luiyue felt a little awkward at first, but to no avail. She could only let him do as he pleased. However, she fell asleep very quickly, perhaps because she had overdrawn her energy. On the other hand, Rongxiu hugged her and spent the night energetically. The next morning, when Chu Luiyue woke up, Rongxiu had already left. She had a good sleep, and the feeling of exhaustion in her body had already dissipated. She had completely recovered. She thought that she would need to rest for a few days, but now, it seemed that she didn't need to. Chu Luiyue walked to the window and looked at Yifeng Courtyard thoughtfully. At this moment, Yifeng Courtyard's door was locked. It was obvious that no one was there. She frowned slightly. What could have happened that made Rongxiu leave so urgently? On the way, Chu Luiyue could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the academy seemed to have become much more tense. The Qingjiao competition was just around the corner, and everyone wanted to do well in the competition. It was no wonder that everyone was so excited and looking forward to it. Chu Luiyue went to Liao Zhongshu's residence alone. He was the only one left living here, and it seemed especially cold and cheerless. Chu Luiyue pushed the door open and entered. She immediately saw Liao Zhongshu lying lifelessly on the bed. She didn't wake him up when she entered, and his eyes were still tightly shut. Chu Luiyue walked to the bedside and took his pulse. She frowned deeply. Although she had given Liao Zhongshu some medicine previously, the effect was limited. Now that the medicine had almost worn off, the poison in his body could erupt at any time. His primordial energy was greatly damaged, and it was difficult for him to hold on. Chu Luiyue called out to him. Liao Zhongshu, wake up. The person on the bed didn't respond. She gently pushed him. After a while, Liao Zhongshu slowly woke up. However, his complexion was even worse than a few days ago. His eyes had also become dim and lifeless, as if he would stop breathing at any moment. Seeing that it was Chu Luiyue, Liao Zhongshu's eyes flickered, and he struggled to get up. But how could he have any strength left? Chu Luiyue pressed on his shoulder. Don't move, just take the antidote. As he spoke, he passed the pill over. Liao Zhongshu was shocked when he saw that it wasn't a medicinal soup, but a pill that could only be refined by a real celestial physician. This is the antidote you asked for? His voice was very weak. If it weren't for Chu Luiyue's sharp hearing, he probably wouldn't have heard it. Chu Luiyue paused and did not deny it. Yes. Liao Zhongshu did not suspect anything and swallowed the pill. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and a gentle yet majestic power immediately spread through his body. After taking the antidote, the remaining poison will be expelled within a day. However, your body has suffered too much damage. You still need to rest for about a month before you can fully recover. Liao Zhongshu looked at Chu Luiyue gratefully. I don't know how I can repay you for your kindness. Chu Luiyue shook his head and said, this matter is not related to you. Speaking of which, this matter is also related to me. It's just that they attacked you first. Curing you is what I should do. A look of horror flashed across Liao Zhongshu's eyes. I don't know who's behind this, so I need your help now. Liao Zhongshu nodded vigorously. Zhongshu will definitely help you without hesitation. Chu Luiyue briefly told him about how he bumped into Chu Xianmin, but he did not say that he made the pill himself. He only said that he took it from Chu Xianmin. So, you can't let others know that you've recovered during this period. Just tell them that you're hanging on to life with some medicinal soup. If the other party suspects something, they'll definitely appear again. That way, we can lure them out. Liao Zhongshu understood. I understand. Don't worry. I won't go out during this period. I'll just pretend that I'm still poisoned. And, you can use this time to recuperate. Other than helping you clear the poison, this pill can also nourish your body. However, I'll still have to trouble you. Liao Zhongshu smiled. It's all because of you that I'm still alive. How can this small matter be considered trouble? Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll tell you immediately. Chu Luiyue heaved a sigh of relief. Okay. Time passed day by day, and it was the day before the Qingjiao competition in the blink of an eye. The other two academies had already arrived, and the imperial city became increasingly lively. Wudong Palace, the palace. Emperor Xiaofan and the Empress were eating. The palace was very quiet. The Empress looked up at Emperor Xiaofan from time to time, wanting to say something. Today was the first time that Emperor Xiaofan had stayed with her in a while, so she was very happy. She wanted to plead for the crown prince, but she was afraid of making Emperor Xiaofan unhappy. She previously asked Chu Xiao to plead for the crown prince, but he was harshly reprimanded. Thus, she didn't dare to act rashly until now. Just say what you want to say. Emperor Xiaofan said lightly. The Empress hesitated for a while but still spoke. Your Majesty, the Qingjiao competition is about to start. Do you want the crown prince to return to the academy and participate in the competition? Emperor Xiaofan's gaze turned cold. You really want to plead for him? The Empress hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I'm not doing this for the crown prince, I'm doing this for you. This Qingjiao competition concerns the country's reputation. If Tianlu Academy loses, you'll lose face too. Seeing that Emperor Xiaofan's expression was solemn, but he didn't interrupt her, the Empress felt more at ease. Especially since the Qingjiao competition is being held in the imperial city this year. If we lose, won't it look even worse? The crown prince is in the wrong, but he's young and impulsive. Are you really not going to forgive him? Other things aside, there aren't many people in Tianlu Academy who can compare to the Crown Prince. Do you think you can let him atone for his mistakes? Emperor Jiawen rubbed his glabella. Actually, his anger had dissipated quite a bit during this period. Besides, he had also thought about what the Empress said. Since you've spoken, I'll give the Crown Prince a chance. The Empress hurriedly knelt and thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Emperor Jiawen didn't want to say anything else, so he asked her to stand up. How far he can go is his own business. How's Zhenzhen doing? The Empress's smile faded, and a tinge of sadness appeared between her brows. Ever since Zhenzhen's pearl of essence was destroyed, she's been very sad. She's been staying in her bedroom all this time and refuses to come out. Your Majesty, you know that Zhenzhen used to be very outstanding in all aspects. Now that she's suffered such a blow, she's naturally upset. When I went to see her, I saw her secretly crying a few times. As the Empress spoke, she also started crying. Emperor Jiawen sighed. It wasn't that he didn't love his daughter. How could he not feel upset when he heard this? It's not a solution to be like this all the time. Forget it. Go and tell her that when the Qingjiao competition starts, I'll find another celestial physician for her and see if they can help her. The Empress wiped her tears and said gratefully, I'll thank Your Majesty first. Then this concubine will thank Your Majesty on behalf of Zhenzhen. Love Network provided a better reading experience. Chapter 194. After dinner, Emperor Jiawen stood up to leave. The Empress was shocked. Your Majesty, aren't you staying here today? Emperor Jiawen's expression was calm. It's almost October. The Empress's heart skipped a beat, and she felt complicated. October. It was nothing to others, but it was special to Emperor Jiawen. This was because concubine Wan had died in October. All these years, Emperor Jiawen's mood would be especially gloomy around October, and he would never stay with the concubines in the palace. It wasn't that she didn't know about this rule, but Emperor Jiawen had promised to let the Crown Prince out and to find a celestial physician for the fourth princess. She was so happy that she forgot about it. Your Majesty, please forgive me for my negligence. The Empress lowered her head and hid the hatred that flashed across her eyes. Emperor Jiawen waved his hands. Go and see Zhenzhen. After saying that, he lifted his foot and left. The huge palace fell silent again. The surrounding servants bowed their heads and didn't dare to make a sound, afraid of offending the Empress. In the palace, everyone knew that although the Empress was the head of the 6 palaces and had the most distinguished status, she couldn't even compare to Consort Wan, who only appeared briefly. There was a place in His Majesty's heart that no one else could replace. Including the Empress. It was fine normally, but today, it was like slapping the Empress in front of everyone. After a long and torturous silence, the Empress took a deep breath and looked up again. She had regained her usual dignity and dignity. I'll go and see the fourth princess. Yes. Once the Empress reached Rongzhen's bedroom, she saw a group of servants kneeling outside. They all looked pained as if they were suffering great torture, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Rongzhen was sitting at the entrance of the bedroom and looking at these people fiercely. When she saw the Empress, panic flashed across her face, and she hurriedly stood up. Mother, why are you here? The Empress frowned. Your father asked me to come and see you. What are you doing? She took a closer look and smelled a faint scent of blood. Rongzhen hurriedly said, Didn't you set it up? They just made a mistake, so I'm just punishing them. The Empress didn't believe it and looked at the palace servants. All of you, get up. The person in front tried to stand up, but the moment he moved, he fell to the ground. He hugged his knees and wailed. Only then did the Empress realize that the man's knee was pierced with rusty nails. She quickly looked around and found that the others were doing the same. She suppressed the anger in her heart. Everyone, go back and rest. This consort will send someone to treat your injuries. Fourth princess has been in a bad mood recently, so it's inevitable that her temper is a bit irritable. However, this consort does not wish for anyone to know about this matter, understood? Everyone hurriedly responded and helped him down. The empress looked at Rongzhen. Come in with me. Rongzhen knew that she was in the wrong, so she could only follow him in. After the door was locked, the empress finally spoke with a sullen face. What the hell are you doing? How many times have I told you not to do this again? What would your father think if he knew? Rongzhen looked away. Imperial father doesn't care about my life anymore. I'm just a cripple now, so why would he care about me? The empress suppressed the anger in her heart. Your father has already agreed to help you find a celestial physician when the Qingjiao competition starts. Even if they can't do anything, the envoy from the Tianling dynasty is already on his way. He'll be able to treat you then. You must make your father's heart ache for you now, not hate you. Rongzhen was shocked. Really? Of course. Also, more importantly, your father has already agreed to let your brother out. As long as he can shine at the Qingjiao competition, he'll definitely be valued by your father again. At such a crucial time, you mustn't cause trouble. Rongzhen's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, I understand. I definitely won't let you worry. As she spoke, she carefully leaned over and hugged the empress's arm. I knew that mother treats me the best. Even though the empress was angry, her heart still ached for her daughter. She caressed her hair and persuaded her. There might be a way to treat a damaged pearl of essence. Look at Chu Luyue. She was born with a damaged yuan meridian, but didn't she recover it now? Upon hearing this, a thought flashed across Rongzhen's mind. That's right. Mother, how could we forget about this? She excitedly shook the empress's arm. Back then, didn't all the celestial physician in country Yaochen say that Chu Luyue's yuan meridian couldn't be repaired? But not only did she recover, but she even became a genius. Mother, there must be a problem with Chu Luyue. The empress slightly knitted her brows. You mean, why don't we find Chu Luyue and ask her how she recovered? I'm guessing that there must be a mysterious master behind her. If she calls that person over, I might be able to be cured. What you said makes sense. I didn't think of that before. The empress was deep in thought. But we don't have a good relationship with Chu Luyue. She might not agree to this. Rongzhen didn't think much of it. So what if she doesn't agree? She's just the daughter of the Imperial Guard's commander-in-chief. Is she not going to listen to us? The empress was a little hesitant. She remembered that Chu Luyue's relationship with Zhenbao Pavilion wasn't simple. We should be more careful about this. Why don't you follow me to the Qingjiao competition tomorrow and talk to her about this? It'll be best if she's willing to help. If not. Rongzhen sneered. It's not up to her to refuse. Mobile users, please browse to read a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 195. Imperial City. It was autumn and the weather was refreshing. The annual Qingjiao competition started under everyone's fervent anticipation. The Qingjiao competition was jointly organized by the three countries, and it was very prestigious. Those who could come here were the top geniuses of their respective countries. Hence, not only could the crowd watch exciting competitions at the Qingjiao competition, but they could also see the geniuses compete with each other. This wasn't just a competition between the three academies, it was also a hidden competition between the three countries. Especially since this year's competition was held in country Yaochen, everyone in Tianlu Academy put in their best effort and planned to achieve the best results in the Qingjiao competition. Early in the morning, other than a small number of people who stayed behind to guard the academy, the rest of the people gathered together and headed to Jianan Square in the imperial city. Jianan Square was one of the most famous squares in the imperial city. It took up a lot of space, and it was personally supervised by Taizu, who founded country Yaochen. Many important competitions in the imperial city were held here. Naturally, this place was chosen for this year's Qing Jiao competition. After Chu Luiyue arrived with the rest of the academy, he was quickly arranged to sit in a specific area. After settling down in his seat, Chu Luiyue then had the chance to carefully size up the huge Jianan Square. The square was circular, and in the middle was a huge arena made of white marble. It was surrounded by rows of seats. At a glance, it could accommodate at least 10,000 people. At that moment, those seats were densely packed with people. The entire square was very lively, and the sounds of discussion could be heard. Chu Luiyue and the rest's seats weren't at the edge but beside the square arena. Chu Luiyue especially took a look at the purplish gold seat in the east. The other three directions had rows of green wooden seats. It was obvious that the purplish gold seat was reserved for Emperor Jiawen. Normally, Emperor Jiawen wouldn't show up during the preliminary round. He would only appear during the finals. The seat was placed there to show respect for Emperor Jiawen. Everyone knew that Emperor Jiawen definitely wouldn't come on the first day, so the atmosphere in the square was very lively and relaxed. The green wooden chairs in the other three areas were obviously reserved for the respective academies. The elders and teachers of the academy sat in the first two rows. From the third row onward, the students were seated. And this order, from the front to the back, was based on the number of years. Chu Luiyue and the others were freshmen, so they naturally sat at the back. As for the freshman seats, they were very particular. The celestial physician sat at the front, while the warrior sat at the back. Chu Luiyue sat in the middle of the mystic cultivator area. Sitting at the very front was a young man. The young man looked to be no more than 15 or 16 years old. His features were delicate and pretty, and his skin was excessively white. Under the light of the sun, it even seemed a little translucent. His expression was distant, and there was a faint cold and arrogant aura around him. Needless to say, that young man should be the most talented celestial physician among the freshmen, Meng Zixiao. Meng Zixiao was not from the imperial capital. He came from an ordinary background, but his talent was excellent. He was highly regarded in the academy. It was said that he was very diligent. Chu Luiyue had been in the academy for so long, but today was the first time she saw him. Of course, the celestial physician students were somewhat arrogant. They cultivated in different places, so it was not easy to meet them. As if sensing her gaze, Meng Zixiao, who was quietly watching the competition, suddenly turned around. The two of them looked at each other. Chu Luiyue nodded politely, but Meng Zixiao's expression changed slightly. It seemed a little probing. Chu Luiyue was taken aback, but she saw that Meng Zixiao had already turned around. "Hey, Lu Yu, you know Meng Zixiao?" Si Yang could not help but ask. Chu Luiyue shook her head. "I don't know him." "Then why is he looking at you so strangely?" "He's teacher Zhuo Rong's disciple, and he's the most promising celestial physician in our cohort. He's usually very arrogant." Hearing Zhuo Rong's name, Chu Luiyue had a guess. Could it be that teacher Zhuo Rong told Meng Zixiao about her going to Heaven's Medicine Pavilion? That's why he has such an attitude. Chu Luiyue was thinking when a deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded. "The Huaicong Nation's Nanfeng Academy has arrived." This voice contained force, and it reverberated throughout the entire square, clearly falling into everyone's ears. There was a commotion as everyone looked in that direction. They saw a majestic group walking in from the entrance of the square. They were wearing navy blue academy uniforms, and there were 3 white lines embroidered on the left side of their chests. The person leading the group was an elder who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. His hair was white, but he was hale and hearty. Especially his eyes, which were not cloudy like an ordinary elder's. Instead, they were very clear. It was obvious that his cultivation was very high. Sun Zhongyan immediately went forward to welcome him. Ha ha ha. Brother Yunshan, you're finally here. Fu Yunshan's face was also filled with joy. Brother Zhongyan, long time no see. How have you been? The two of them greeted each other and seemed to be very friendly with each other. I heard that you arrived in the imperial city yesterday. I wanted to visit you personally, but I thought that you must be tired from the journey, so I didn't disturb you. Brother Yunshan, you don't mind, right? Huh. Of course. Hey, why don't I see Elder Yi today? The dean is in seclusion and hasn't come out yet. So, I'm in charge of everything in the Qingjiao competition. I see. A tinge of disappointment flashed across Fu Yunshan's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Brother Yunshan, your seats are over there. Please, Fu Yunshan laughed. Brother Zhongyan, you're always reliable. Shall we go over first? Okay, Sun Zhongyan immediately nodded. Only then did Fu Yunshan bring the students to his own school. They had just sat down when the voice sounded again. Country of Xing Luo's Tai Yen Academy has arrived. The square, which had just quieted down, became lively again. Chu Luiyue looked around in confusion. Why do I feel that the square is livelier than before? With a cursory glance, one could see the unconcealable excitement and anticipation on many people's faces. Even the people around her seemed a little excited. She looked at Si Yang and asked softly, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Is there something special about Tai Yen Academy? You don't know?" Si Yang widened his eyes. I heard that country Xing Luo's #1 beauty and country Xing Luo's eldest princess, Situ Xingchen, is among the students from Tai Yen Academy today. As he spoke, he turned back to look and raised his hand to point. There, that's the one. The prettiest girl standing at the front. Chu Luiyue followed his gaze and saw a beautiful and pure girl. She was very charming. Even though she was standing in the crowd, she could still attract everyone's attention. Si Yang looked at her for a while and couldn't help but turn around to look at Chu Luiyue and laugh strangely. Hee Luyu, everyone says that country Xing Luo's eldest princess is devastatingly beautiful, but I think she's still lacking compared to you. If you dress up, you'll definitely be able to suppress her. Chu Luiyue glanced at him and wasn't interested in this at all. But the next moment, she suddenly turned around and looked at Situ Xingchen with narrowed eyes. Situ Xingchen's sleeves were embroidered with the same cloud pattern as Rong Xiu's. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 196. Patterns like cloud patterns were actually not rare. This was especially so for a member of the royal family. Given their esteemed status, it was not a big deal for their clothes to be embroidered with cloud patterns. However, the key point was that the cloud patterns on Rong Xiu's sleeves and the corners of his clothes were different from ordinary cloud patterns. Although they were called cloud patterns, in reality, the lines were blended and the patterns were layered. From a certain angle, it looked like blooming peach blossoms. When Chu Luiyue had first noticed it, she had asked Rong Xiu about it. At that time, Rong Xiu had said that he had drawn the pattern himself and had someone specially embroidered it for him. In this world, there was only one such family. However, she had not expected that such a cloud pattern would appear on another person's clothes. Even if Chu Luiyue wanted to treat it as a coincidence, she could not. That was because she had clearly seen that the pattern was exactly the same. She raised her eyebrows, retracted her gaze, and asked casually, seemingly unintentionally, she asked, "You seem to be quite familiar with this eldest princess? How is that possible? I've never been to Star Luo Nation. It's just that this Princess Royal's reputation is too great." Si Yang pursed his lips. "You've seen it for yourself. This appearance, this bearing, it's indeed a rare sight. Most importantly, her innate talent was also extremely outstanding. I heard that she is only 16 years old this year, but she has already broken through to become a third-grade doctor. She only needs to take one more step and she will become a real heavenly doctor. This is the only princess of Star Luo Nation, the most pampered pearl in the palm. In the past few years, her reputation has been growing, and countless people have fallen head over heels for her. However, this eldest princess doesn't seem to care about these things. So many people have asked to marry her, but all of them have been rejected. I really don't know what kind of person can win this beauty's heart in the end. Chu Luiyue looked around casually. Sure enough, she saw that many youths' eyes lit up when they saw Situ Xingchen. She thought about it and suppressed the strange feeling in the bottom of her heart. At this moment, Sun Zhongyan had already stepped forward to welcome them. Brother Cheng Han. The leader of the Super Yen Academy team was also an old man with white hair and a sage-like demeanor. When he saw Sun Zhongyan, a warm smile appeared on his face. Brother Zhongyan, long time no see. You look even more elegant than before. Ha ha ha. Brother Cheng Han, you're too kind. It must have been hard for you to come from afar. Please come in. Cheng Han waved his hand and had the people at the back go to their academy's seats, while he chatted a little more with Sun Zhongyan. Elder Yi is often elusive these few years. Now, even at this young elite's gathering, it's hard to want to see him. Martial uncle has always been like this. Brother Cheng Han, you know as well. Elder Yi is in closed seclusion so frequently. I presume that he's going to break through again. Huh, Martial uncle never mentioned this matter. It's hard for me to say either. Actually, the young elites gathering these few years has been Brother Zhongyan, you, in charge of the Sky Foothill Academy. Elder Yi is rather free and easy, simply becoming a hands-off boss. I presume that in the future. Sun Zhongyan interrupted his words with a smile. Brother Cheng Han, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Everyone has already waited for a long time. Why don't we hurry up and start? Cheng Han was taken aback for a moment before chuckling. Good, good. I presume that the children are also itching to start. Finishing, only then did he walk to the Super Yen Academy's seat and sit down. Sun Zhongyan still had a smile on his face, but the depths of his eyes carried some iciness. Southwind Academy's Dean Fu Yunshan, as well as Super Yen Academy's Dean Cheng Han, were actually of the same generation as him, while Yi Zhiding was one generation higher than them. Fu Yunshan was nothing much, but this Cheng Han relied on his strength continuously breaking through these few years and became increasingly rampant. Earlier, he even dared to discuss Yi Zhiding in front of so many people, and even hinted that he, Sun Zhongyan, wanted to replace him. He clearly did not have any respect for their Sky Foothill Academy. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes as he watched from below. These people from Super Yen Academy seem to be very ostentatious. Of course. Last year, their academy obtained the best results. Naturally, they are very arrogant and haughty. That Cheng Han is their dean, and I heard that he had already broken through to become a level 5 heavenly doctor last year, and is on the same level as our dean, so his attitude towards old Sun is naturally lacking. Si Yang explained in a low voice. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. No wonder. Originally, Cheng Han and Old Sun and the others were of the same generation, but now that he had the strength to compete with Old Yi, he naturally did not care about Old Sun and the others. He looked amiable on the surface, but in reality, his words and actions revealed a sense of arrogance. From the looks of it, he seemed to want to have a spar with Old Yi. This Cheng Han is also Situ Xingchen's master. I heard that Situ Xingchen had just entered Super Yen Academy this year, but was highly regarded. Now, she is one of the top geniuses in their academy. I heard that even her senior brothers and senior sisters might not be a match for her. I'm afraid that this time, she is not here for the title of first place. The competition of the youths was not divided into different categories. All the students were divided into 3 categories based on heavenly doctors, Xian masters, and martial artists. In other words, as long as one was a martial artist, one could participate in the martial artist competition. Their opponents could be the same batch of students from the opposing academy, or students from other batches. In this competition, the new students were at a disadvantage. However, being able to gain some battle experience was more beneficial than detrimental to them. Therefore, even if they knew that it was difficult to get a good name, the new students were eager to try. After Si Yang finished speaking, he looked at Chu Liuyue's indifferent expression and could not help but ask, "Why aren't you shocked at all? What's there to be shocked about?" Chu Liuyue's eyes widened slightly. She is a new student, but she already has the strength to match up to her senior brothers and senior sisters. Chu Liyue could not help but laugh. The cultivation of heavenly doctors is unique. What kind of strength one could possess was mainly determined by one's talent and nothing else. Moreover, those senior brothers and senior sisters in the academy are only 1 or 2 years older than her. An extra 4 or 5 years is not a huge advantage for the cultivation of heavenly doctors. Really? Si Yang was skeptical. How do you know so much about it? Chu Liyue glanced at him. Si Yang suddenly remembered that this person in front of him had also passed all 3 examinations back then. In that case, it was normal for Chu Liyue to have some understanding of heavenly doctors. However, he heard that her talent in heavenly doctors was not very high, so she chose to be a mystic teacher in the end. Sigh, who cares? We're not participating in the heavenly doctors competition anyway, so there's no point in caring so much. Let me tell you about some of the more powerful mystic teachers. On the other side, after Situ Xingchen took her seat, she quickly scanned the surroundings. However, she did not see the person she wanted to see. Her heart, which had been beating wildly, gradually calmed down. She retracted her gaze in disappointment and sighed softly. It made sense. He would definitely not come to such an occasion. He probably had no interest in this youngsters' gathering. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Chapter 197. Xingchen, what are you looking at? Cheng Han couldn't help but ask when he saw Situ Xingchen sizing up her surroundings. Oh, nothing. It's my first time at the Qingjiao competition, so I'm a little curious. Situ Xingchen quickly hid the disappointment in her eyes and smiled at Cheng Han. Cheng Han didn't suspect anything and laughed out loud. It's normal to be curious. When the competition starts, you'll naturally know what's going on. This time, I have high hopes for you. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely do my best. You have top-notch talent, so I'm naturally not worried. Cheng Han was very confident, as if he had already predicted that Situ Xingchen would obtain the best results in the end. Situ Xingchen smiled and nodded as she suppressed her thoughts. Sun Zhongyan stood in the square and cupped his hands at the crowd. I'm Sun Zhongyan, Tianlu Academy's elder. I'm in charge of the Qingjiao competition today. The competition order will be the same as before. Warrior, Xian Master, and Celestial Physician. His deep and powerful voice instantly reverberated in the square, causing the originally heated discussions to subconsciously quieten down as they looked at him seriously. The competition rules will be the same as before. The 3 academies will challenge each other. Everyone, please take a look at the 3 boxes placed in front of the 3 academies' respective areas. The word Celestial Physician, Xian Master, and a Warrior, are written on the 3 boxes. The names of the students participating in the competition are in each box. However, to be fair, the names in each box aren't the names of the students from the respective academies. He pointed at Tianlu Academy. Tianlu Academy's box contains the names of Tai Yen Academy's students. The students participating in the competition will randomly pick a name, and the person they pick will be the competition's opponent. The crowd was in an uproar. Isn't this the same as letting Tianlu Academy's students challenge Taiyan Academy's students? Sun Zhongyan lowered his hands and waited for the crowd to quieten down before continuing. Similarly, Taiyan Academy's box contains the names of Nanfeng Academy's students. The box before Nanfeng Academy's is naturally Tianlu Academy's. The crowd discussed fervently. No matter what, this method sounded very fair. The loser's name will be taken out of the box, and the winner's name will be placed back into the box. The competition will continue until the final ranking is decided. Chu Liuyuez with his arms crossed. If that's the case, wouldn't the person who won the competition be drawn a second time, a third time, or even more? The closer it was to the end, the more it was a messy competition. It wouldn't be easy to get first place. Si Yang. That's right. That's, the competition's orders atsas at, whose, at t, est how many times use. One s's at s, he's at, est yang at, s. Actually, this competition isn't that serious. There was a fixed amount of time for each day's matches. Generally speaking, a person would only have one match a day. Even if they won and got picked, they would still have time to recover. Of course, that's only if you're not seriously injured. If you're really beaten to a pulp, you might have to withdraw from the competition. The Qingjiao competition has always been fair. Killing is not allowed. You can rest assured about that. When Chu Luyue heard this, she did not comment. Killing was not allowed, but there were countless ways to make one's life a living hell. The Qingjiao competition affected the reputation of the various academies and even the country. How could it be so easy? While the two of them were talking, Sun Zhongyan had already walked to Nanfeng Academy's area and stood in front of the martial artist box. I'll personally pick the first person to fight in the first round. Then, he put his hand into the box. Everyone's attention was focused on him. The martial artist students from Tianlu Academy and Taiyan Academy held their breaths as they waited. Please don't pick me. Please don't pick me, please. Please don't pick me. For the first round, I think it's better for me to pick someone stronger. Before Sun Zhongyan could pick a name, Chu Luyue heard all sorts of soft prayers behind her. She could not help but turn around to take a look. As expected, she saw many people's faces saying, "Please don't pick me." She thought about it for a moment and quickly came to a realization. The meaning of the first round was very different. If she could win beautifully, it would be a great honor for herself and the academy, and it would boost everyone's morale. However, if she lost, she would definitely be criticized. Therefore, the pressure naturally increased exponentially. The older students who were stronger were fine, but most of the new students were uneasy and worried. Over at Taiyan Academy's side, the crowd stared closely at Sun Zhongyan's actions. I heard that the strongest person in their academy is country Yaochen's crown prince, Rong Jin. He's indeed here today. It's fine as long as it's not him. How can it be so coincidental? There are more than 100 people from their academy participating in the warrior competition. How can Rong Jin be the first to be picked? Hehe, so what if he's picked? We have strong people too. If it doesn't work out, we can slowly deplete their strongest person's strength. Isn't that great? That makes sense, ha ha ha. Sun Zhongyan finally took his hand out of the box. He was holding a ball of paper in his hand. The crowd quietened down and stared at the ball of paper. Everyone knew that the name of the person who was going to compete in the first round was written on the ball of paper. At that moment, the crowd fell silent, and the atmosphere in the entire square became tense. Sun Zhongyan slowly opened the ball of paper. When he saw the name on it, his expression changed slightly. How can it be? Many people saw the slight change in his expression, and all sorts of guesses flashed across their minds. Who exactly is this person? For the first round of the Qing Jiao competition's warrior competition, Tianlu Academy's representative, Sun Zhongyan paused and looked in a certain direction with a complicated gaze. Chu Luiyue. Digression, at 12 o'clock p.m., there are still 2 chapters left. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 198. Chu Luiyue. This name instantly fell clearly into everyone's ears. When Chu Luiyue heard it, she instinctively looked up. Sun Zhongyan had already unfolded the paper ball and showed it to everyone. Those who were close could clearly see that Chu Luiyue was written on it. The huge square was silent for a moment before it exploded like a bowl of water being poured into a pot of oil. Chu Luiyue. Why is it her? Didn't she just enter Tianlu Academy not long ago? Why did they pick her in the first round? But I heard that she's quite strong. Didn't she beat Chu Xianmin back then? But she's a new student after all. I think she's going to be at a disadvantage. Almost everyone in the imperial city knew Chu Luiyue. Hence, the audience was in an uproar when they heard her name. On the other hand, most of the people from Taiyan Academy were confused. Who's Chu Luiyue? I've never heard of her. I don't think there was such a person in the competition 2 years ago. She sounds like a new student. This name. Could she be from country Yaochen's Chu family? Hey, do you remember that there was a rumor that Tianlu Academy recruited a new student some time ago who passed all 3 assessments? I think that's her name. Many people were stunned when they heard this. Although the 3 academies were in different countries and were quite far away from each other, they would pay more attention to each other's situations because they held the Qing Jiao competition every year. It was already strange for them to recruit a new student halfway, let alone pass all 3 assessments. The students from the other 2 academies had more or less heard about this. Therefore, at this moment, once someone mentioned it, everyone recalled it. Which one is her? I really want to see what kind of person Chu Luiyue is. Compared to the excitement and curiosity of the others, Tianlu Academy was silent. Everyone's gaze landed on Chu Luiyue. No one expected her to be the first to represent the academy. Xiyang could not help but give her a thumbs up. I'm impressed. Your luck is truly heaven-defying. Chu Luiyue rolled his eyes and stood up. Although she didn't want to be the first one to come out, since she had drawn it, she could only accept it. The students in this area were all sitting down. When Chu Luiyue stood up, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The originally noisy crowd suddenly quieted down for a moment. The girl was dressed in the academy uniform, without any makeup. Her hair was simply tied up, but it still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Her arched eyebrows were black, her nose was straight, her lips were pink, and her skin was as white as snow. Especially those eyes, they were truly beautiful and intelligent, as bright as the galaxy. She was just standing there, but her entire body was surrounded by an indescribable aura that made people yearn for her, but also carried a faint nobility that made people not dare to blaspheme her. She was devastatingly beautiful, it was true. I didn't expect Tianlu Academy to have such a beauty. Her looks and aura are probably on par with Situ Xingqian's. Not only that. I feel that she's even prettier than Situ Xingqian. It's really rare to see someone with such an aura. If Situ Xingqian was like a lotus flower, pure and moving, then Chu Luiyue was like the sun in the clouds, beautiful and noble, captivating and making people revere her. If there was no comparison, Situ Xingqian was also considered a beauty. However, compared to Chu Luiyue, she seemed to lack something and seemed a little dull. Situ Xingqian was also stunned. She had almost never seen a girl more beautiful than herself. There's actually such a beauty in country Yaochen's imperial city. That person must have seen it before, right? She pressed her lips against each other and shook her head with a smile, thinking that she was thinking too much. He wasn't someone who would be moved by a girl's beauty. All sorts of gazes swept across Chu Luiyue as if they wanted to see through her. Chu Luiyue turned a blind eye to it as she walked forward and stood in front of the box. Sun Zhongyan shook his head and smiled. Lu Yu, I really didn't expect you to be the first one. I'll have to go on stage sooner or later. Chu Luiyue didn't feel any pressure and looked relaxed. Elder Sun sighed softly. Actually, he was a little surprised that Chu Luiyue was chosen, but he also felt a little lucky. No matter what, Chu Luiyue was the top warrior among the freshmen, so she definitely had the ability. As long as her opponent was also a freshman, her chances of winning would be very high. You'll pick your opponent. Elder Sun gestured at the box. Chu Luiyue nodded and reached into the box. Taiyan Academy's students instantly became nervous. Chu Luiyue moved quickly and took out a ball of paper. She opened the ball of paper and showed it to everyone. Lei Mingwei. After a short silence, Taiyan Academy's students immediately became excited. Lei Mingwei. It's Lei Mingwei. That's great. It's Senior Lei. It's going to be great. It's going to be a sure win. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw how happy the people opposite her were. Who exactly is this Lei Mingwei? Why are they so confident that they'll definitely win? Soon, she saw a tall young man standing up from the front row of seats. Although he was a young man, he looked like he was in his teens. It was more appropriate to call him a young man. He was tall and sturdy, looking like a small mountain. The muscles on his body bulged, looking very intimidating. He clenched his fists tightly and bumped them hard as he laughed. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to be the first one to go on stage. I've really hit the jackpot. Everyone could tell that he was really happy. That was because he exuded a strong battlelust from head to toe. Some of the students beside him also laughed and cheered. Old Lei, you wanted to be the first one to go on stage last time. It's finally your turn now. You have to perform well. That's right. You have to win beautifully no matter what. Senior Lei, don't go easy on her just because she's pretty. Lei Mingwei scolded jokingly. Get lost. In his heart, winning was the most important thing. With that, he strode onto the arena. Taiyan Academy's Lei Mingwei is here to accept the challenge. Chu Luiyue's lips curled up slightly. It seemed like he was really looking forward to this match. She hadn't even moved, but he had already gone on stage. Many people from the Tianlu Academy looked worried. Lei Mingwei was born with great strength. He broke through to become a stage 4 warrior last year. Lu Yu will probably be at a disadvantage against him. We're probably going to lose the first match. Mu Hongyu was unhappy when she heard those discouraging words. She immediately stood up and shouted. Lu Yu. I believe that you'll definitely win. That's right. Smash him. Sun Wu shouted as well. Chu Luiyue's smile deepened. He only said, don't worry. Then, he walked onto the stage. The two of them faced each other from afar. Lei Mingwei looked her up and down and laughed out loud. With such a small body, he was afraid that he would be sent flying with just one punch. Little girl, if you admit defeat now, it's not too late. Love Network has a better reading experience. Chapter 199. I'll return the same words to you. If you admit defeat now, I can let you go. Chu Luiyue lifted her chin fearlessly. The smile on Lei Mingwei's face froze. Little girl, you're still young, but you're quite bold. Don't regret it later if you show off now. Chu Luiyue did not have much patience for people who were inexplicably confident. Let's begin. Lei Mingwei frowned. He felt that the little girl in front of him was too arrogant. He heard that she was admitted to Tianlu Academy after passing all 3 assessments. It was inevitable for her to be a little arrogant. However, people with more talent were not necessarily good at it. Especially martial artists, who relied on their abilities to fight. There was no room for tricks. Chu Luiyue was too complacent. Alright. Since that's the case, let's learn from each other. Little girl, there's a saying that goes, there's always someone better than you. Today, I'll teach you this saying. With that, Lei Mingwei spread his legs apart, bent his knees slightly, and channeled the force in his body into his fists. In the next moment, he stomped his feet and charged toward Chu Luiyue. His bowl-sized fists were sturdy and strong, bringing with them a gust of wind. They went straight for Chu Luiyue's face. Sun-splitting fist. A stage 4 martial artist's abilities could not be underestimated. This punch was simple and direct without any tricks, but it still made people feel a chill. He was very fast, and the distance between the two of them shortened rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chu Luiyue. That punch was about to land on Chu Luiyue's face. However, Chu Luiyue did not retreat. Instead, she stood there straight as if she wanted to face the attack head-on. Everyone from Tai Yan Academy looked as if they were watching a good show. Seriously, Mingwei is so merciless. What if he injures or cripples the girl? This sun-splitting fist is one of his best moves. He must be too lazy to waste time and wants to win this match directly. That's true. After all, this is the first round. We have to win beautifully. That Chu Luiyue is too proud and arrogant. I'm afraid he won't be able to laugh soon. On the other hand, the atmosphere on Tianlu Academy's side was very stifling. Almost everyone's expression was grave. If Chu Luiyue lost, not only would it be a disgrace, it would also greatly reduce their morale. What happened to her? He was actually not moving at all. Could it be that he intends to fight Lei Mingwei head-on? Lei Mingwei is a rank 4 warrior. Even if she got first place in the midterm assessment, she's still no match for him. Sigh. I'm afraid it's going to be dangerous today. Chu Luiyue could already clearly feel the strong fist wind coming toward her, and the suppression from a stage 4 warrior was even more oppressive. Her current strength was around that of a rank 3 warrior. If she wanted to win against Lei Mingwei, she would need to put in some effort. Lei Mingwei looked at the motionless Chu Luiyue and sneered in his heart. He really didn't know where Chu Luiyue got his confidence from. She actually thought she could win against him. With this punch, the match would be over. However, just as his fist was about to land, Chu Luiyue disappeared in a flash. Lei Mingwei was taken aback. I'm over here. A clear female voice sounded, and it seemed to be teasing him. Lei Mingwei immediately turned his head and saw that Chu Luiyue had unknowingly moved in another direction. His mind went blank for a moment. How did Chu Luiyue get past him just now? Her movements were too fast, and he didn't even see it clearly. But, aren't you a rank 1 warrior? Lei Mingwei was too shocked and couldn't help but ask. I am. Chu Luiyue nodded frankly and admitted it. However, Lei Mingwei had some doubts in his heart. The moment he came up, he felt that Chu Luiyue's aura was only that of a rank 1 warrior, so he didn't take her seriously at all. But how could a rank 1 warrior have such a fast speed? You're lying. Chu Luiyue spread out her hands. What's there to lie about? If you don't believe me, you can ask the teachers and students in the academy to see if I'm a rank 1 warrior. Everyone. It seemed to be true, it was just that Chu Luiyue was a rank 1 warrior who could defeat a rank 3 warrior. Seeing everyone's silent agreement, Lei Mingwei felt even more incredulous. In fact, he could feel that Chu Luiyue was telling the truth. But her speed, Lei Mingwei gritted his teeth and circulated the force in his body, causing his aura to soar again. Previously, he only used 50% of his strength, but now, Lei Mingwei roared and charged towards Chu Luiyue again. This time, his speed and strength were much stronger than before. He didn't see how Chu Luiyue moved and she easily avoided the attack again. Lei Mingwei's second punch missed again. Chu Luiyue raised her brows. "Your punch is a little slow." This sentence successfully ignited the anger in Lei Mingwei's heart. The surrounding spectators also noticed that something was amiss, and their expressions changed. Especially Tai Yen Academy. They were originally prepared to celebrate, but now, it seemed like Chu Luiyue wasn't that easy to deal with. This made them feel awkward. The expression on Cheng Han's face also became somewhat stiff. What kind of movement technique did Chu Luiyue use? "I can't tell." Situ Xingchen looked at him in shock. "Mentor, even you can't tell?" She knew that Chu Luiyue could avoid Lei Mingwei's attack because of her movement technique, but even her knowledgeable mentor couldn't recognize it. Cheng Han shook his head. She didn't seem to move much, but her footsteps were light and her movements were smooth. It's obvious that it's an extremely advanced movement technique. It's even more exquisite than the ones I've seen in the past. However, the most important thing was that the cultivation of any movement technique required many years of practice. This Chu Luiyue looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old, but her movements were so smooth and natural that it was shocking. When did Tianlu Academy recruit such a student? Situ Xingchen knitted her brows, and a tinge of doubt flashed across her eyes. When Cheng Han saw this, he laughed out loud and comforted her. "Don't worry. She's talented as a warrior, but she definitely won't have any achievements as a Xian master or celestial physician." "You're a celestial physician. You don't have to care about such a person." Situ Xingchen nodded lightly. In the arena, Lei Mingwei's expression was no longer as arrogant as before after his 2 consecutive attacks missed. He stared at Chu Luiyue with a dark gaze. "I couldn't tell that you're quite capable. However, this is a competition. Are you going to keep dodging?" Chu Luiyue smiled and said, "That's right. You make a lot of sense. Since you've already made your move twice, it's my turn now." Lei Mingwei was stunned. "What?" Chu Luiyue crossed her arms and moved her wrists. A crisp sound was heard. "My skills are enough to deal with you." The moment she said that, she tiptoed, and her slender figure instantly flew out. The next moment, her hand had already cleverly locked onto Lei Mingwei's wrist. The girl's hand was slender and soft, and it was warm to the touch. However, Lei Mingwei's heart was alarmed. He pushed her back and was about to retreat. Chu Luiyue quickly followed up. At the same time, she pressed downwards. Gotcha! Lei Mingwei's wrist instantly broke. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 200. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard by everyone. Lei Mingwei groaned as his face turned pale from the pain. He looked at Chu Luiyue in shock and anger. "You're courting death." His other hand quickly reached for Chu Luiyue's neck. It was as though he wanted to break that slender neck. Chu Luiyue did not continue fighting and immediately retreated. He narrowly avoided Lei Mingwei's counterattack. The two of them exchanged blows for a moment and then separated. Unexpectedly, the one who was injured was Lei Mingwei. When they saw his hand hanging down in a strange position, the crowd immediately fell into a suffocating silence. Then, there was an uproar. Did I see wrongly? Lei Mingwei was injured? And Chu Luiyue retreated unscathed? Lei Mingwei is a rank 4 warrior and his physical strength is extremely tyrannical. How could his hand be broken so easily by Chu Luiyue? God! I didn't see Chu Luiyue's movements clearly just now. Did you see it clearly? With this kind of strength, Chu Luiyue actually has the cheek to say that he is a rank 1 warrior? The crowd discussed animatedly and their faces were filled with shock. They thought that this was a match that was destined to end, but from the looks of it now, it was obviously not. Chu Liuyue's strength was far stronger than what they had imagined. All kinds of discussions entered Lei Mingwei's ears and made him extremely embarrassed. This was a very important first match. If he lost, and lost to Chu Liyue who was a few ranks lower than him, he would be ridiculed by countless people in the future. And he would definitely become a sinner of the academy. How could he continue to stay in the academy? He must win. Thinking of this, Lei Mingwei gathered all the strength in his body and planned to attack with all his might. In his palm, a ball of blue force quickly condensed and then quickly transformed into a long sword. The biggest difference between a rank 4 warrior and a rank 3 warrior was that they could draw their force out of their body to strengthen their attacks. In the past, he had never thought that he would need to use such a method to deal with a mere rank 1 warrior. But at this moment, Lei Mingwei could not care about all these. There was only one thought left in his mind: win. His uninjured hand gripped the long sword tightly. Vigorous origin power poured into the sword endlessly, emitting an astonishing sword aura. In the next moment, he abruptly thrust his sword forward. Profound heavy sword. Wang. When the long sword fell, the surrounding air was rapidly compressed, and a frenzied energy flowed around the sword, producing a buzzing sound that could make one's ears ring. Chu Liyue felt a dull pain in his ears, and the origin power in his body seemed to freeze at this moment. There was no way for her to dodge the terrifying pressure, and it caused her speed to drop significantly. The pressure of a rank 4 warrior was so strong. Her gaze sharpened as she looked at the descending profound heavy sword. Although there was still some distance between the two of them, this distance wouldn't affect the attack of a rank 4 warrior at all. She quickly looked around, and her mind raced. She could rely on her body movement to gain a temporary advantage, but this was just a trick. Now that Lei Mingwei had reacted, he would definitely attack with all his might. If this dragged on for too long, her origin power would be exhausted first. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. Thinking of this, she quickly circulated the origin power in her body. When the origin power surged into her limbs and bones, the pressure on her body finally lessened. Taking advantage of this moment, she immediately retreated. Want to run? Not so easy. When Lei Mingwei saw Chu Liyue retreating quickly, he immediately understood her intentions and immediately shouted out. Go! The profound heavy sword immediately fell. It heavily slashed onto the ground. Clang! The sharp sword edge ruthlessly drew across the white jade ground, producing a teeth-numbing sound. In the next moment, a ball of blue sword aura suddenly flew out from the sword, and like lightning, it went along the ground towards Chu Liyue. Everyone saw a blue light flash across the white ground, and in an instant, it reached Chu Liyue's feet. No matter how fast Chu Liyue's speed was, she was suppressed at this moment, so she couldn't be faster than Lei Mingwei's attack. That blue sword aura was almost at Chu Liyue's feet. Everyone widened their eyes and stared intently at this scene. This was Lei Mingwei's crushing attack as a rank 4 warrior, so Chu Liyue probably couldn't avoid it. Chu Liyue retreated, but the sword aura continued to chase after her. At a certain moment, she suddenly realized something and turned back to take a look. She was already at the edge of the arena. If she continued to retreat, she would definitely fall out of the arena. According to the rules, once she left the arena, she would be considered defeated. Chu Liyue tiptoed and quickly ran in another direction. But just as she changed her direction, that ball of blue sword aura seemed to have its own consciousness and also changed its direction. It continued to pursue relentlessly. Seeing this, Gu Mingfeng, who had been silent all this while, finally couldn't help but frown. Lei Mingwei is a rank 4 warrior. Not only can he direct his force outwards, within a certain distance, he can freely control his attacks. Looks like his cultivation has already reached the middle stage of rank 4, and this huge arena should be within his attack range. From the 4th stage onwards, Every stage of cultivation would be divided into the early stage, middle stage, and high stage. Lei Mingwei had already broken through to rank 4 last year, and now that a year had passed, he had successfully broken through to the middle stage of rank 4. Against Chu Luiyue, he naturally had a higher advantage. Sun Hu was shocked. What? Then what about Lu Yu? Wasn't Lu Yu's speed very fast just now? Could it be that she really can't avoid it? Gu Mingfeng paused. It's a little difficult. Unless she can leave the arena and get out of Lei Mingwei's range. But if that was the case, it was equivalent to losing. Mu Hongyu cursed hatefully. This Lei Mingwei is really cunning. He knows that he's not Lu Yu's match, so he actually used this move. Although she cursed, Mu Hongyu knew that the arena was cruel. Anyone would use all sorts of methods to win, not to mention that this was Lei Mingwei's advantage, so it was reasonable for him to do so. It could only be said that it was too difficult for a rank 1 warrior to fight against a rank 4 warrior. When the Tai Yen Academy students saw that Chu Luiyue was being forced back by the sword aura, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. As expected. Mingwei has displayed his true strength. Chu Luiyue can't even withstand a single blow. It won't be long before Chu Luiyue is exhausted and loses miserably. It's a pity that she broke one of Senior Lei's hands. If he knew that Chu Luiyue was so cunning, he would have taken her down from the start. It's not too late now. It's fine as long as he can win. Moreover, Mingwei's temper is very bad. Now that his hand was broken by a mere rank 1 warrior, he will definitely take revenge. That Chu Luiyue is probably going to be miserable. On the arena, Lei Mingwei couldn't help but sneer as he watched Chu Luiyue running away. So what if you continue to hide? I don't believe that you can continue to hide. You're definitely going to lose today's match. Upon hearing that, Chu Luiyue suddenly stopped and looked up at Lei Mingwei. A strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Oh. Then I won't hide anymore. Then, she suddenly raised her hand. A cold light flashed in her hand. It was an extremely sharp dagger. The next moment, she raised her wrist and threw the dagger in her hand. Everyone saw a stream of light flash across the sky. It flew straight towards the blue sword aura that was approaching Chu Luiyue. Clang! The dagger suddenly landed on the ground with a ferocious aura. It actually stabbed into the sword aura. Explode! Boom! After a short moment of silence, the blue sword aura suddenly exploded. In an instant, it was as if thousands of blue flames were falling. The originally fierce sword aura suddenly dissipated. Lei Mingwei suffered from the backlash. His body shook and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned as pale as a ghost. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Chu Luiyue actually chose to fight Lei Mingwei head-on and actually gained the upper hand. That short dagger was incomparably swift and ferocious. It actually completely defeated Lei Mingwei's attack in an instant. Chu Luiyue didn't stop at all. She quickly rushed towards Lei Mingwei. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of him. Then, she lifted her long leg and kicked Lei Mingwei's face fiercely. Lei Mingwei's huge and heavy body instantly flew out. Then, he landed heavily on the ground. A muffled sound rang out. His face became even paler and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were wide open and he looked at Chu Luiyue with unwillingness and fear. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. However, after struggling for a while, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. No matter how strong his body was, his head was the weakest part of his body. Chu Luiyue's kick had landed directly on his head. Naturally, it was a fatal blow. She raised her head and looked at the referee. She was smiling, but her eyes were flashing with cold killing intent. It made people shudder and not dare to look at her directly. Now, can we decide who's the winner? A better reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 201. On the arena, the slender girl stood gracefully with a smile on her face. A gentle breeze blew, and her clothes fluttered. She looked like a painting, ethereal and moving. If one did not look at Lei Mingwei, who had fainted and was covered in blood at her feet, this scene would be quite pleasing to the eye. There was a dead silence in the square. Tens of thousands of people seemed to have lost their voices at this moment as they watched this scene in shock. Chu Luiyue, she. What happened just now? Chu Luiyue asked calmly again. The teacher in charge of the referee finally reacted at this moment. He stared blankly at Lei Mingwei, who had fainted and could no longer fight. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty before he found his voice again. The winner of this match is Tianlu Academy's Chu Luiyue. A clear and powerful voice instantly reverberated throughout the square. Winner. Tianlu Academy. Chu Luiyue. Every word landed clearly in everyone's ears. The crowd, who was still in a daze and in disbelief, finally woke up from their daze. Chu Luiyue had actually won the first match of the Qing Jiao competition against Lei Mingwei. A Stage 1 warrior had defeated a Stage 4 warrior. Even though they had witnessed everything with their own eyes, and Lei Mingwei was still unconscious on the ground, this fact was too shocking. Even after a while, everyone was still immersed in the stifling silence. We won. Lu Yu. I knew you were a good person. Suddenly, an excited shriek could be heard. Mu Hongyu had already jumped up from her seat, and her heart was overflowing with joy. Beautifully done. This shout immediately made everyone from Tianlu Academy react. They won. Chu Luiyue won. Didn't that mean that Tianlu Academy won? Joyous cheers immediately erupted like boiling water. We won. We won. We won the first match beautifully. Oh my God, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't believe that a Stage 1 warrior could defeat a Stage 4 warrior. Ha ha ha. Chu Luiyue had defeated Chu Xianmin, who was a Stage 3 warrior, back then. Now that he had defeated a Stage 4 warrior, it was normal. Ha ha ha. Previously, I thought it was a coincidence that she got first place in the warrior tournament, but now I'm convinced. Although they didn't know much about Chu Luiyue before, and even had some prejudices against her, now that she had won, she had brought honor to the academy. They were also basking in the glory, so they were naturally overjoyed. And ever since Chu Luiyue had entered the academy, the faint doubts that existed towards her had completely dissipated after this beautiful match. Being able to win against a rank 3 warrior might be due to luck, but to be able to win against a rank 4 warrior, and an intermediate one at that, it definitely proved her strength. Chu Xianmin clenched her teeth as she listened to the heated cheers. She wished that she was the one standing in the arena. Her hand unconsciously touched her neck, and the rough scar reminded her that the current Chu Luiyue was no longer the person she used to bully in the past. A sense of helplessness suddenly surged in her heart. She actually didn't know when Chu Luiyue had caught up to her and even left her far behind. The entire Tianlu Academy was celebrating. Only the small area at the front of the academy was a little different. Rong Jin was there. The people sitting next to him all lowered their heads, hoping to minimize their presence as much as possible. Everyone knew that Chu Luiyue was once Rong Jin's fiancé, and he was the one who initiated the cancellation of the marriage agreement. But in the blink of an eye, not only was Chu Luiyue not a good-for-nothing, but she had also become the most dazzling genius. Who would be happy after encountering such a thing? Rong Jin looked at the young girl in the arena with mixed feelings. She seemed to have heard the cheers as she turned around and flashed a bright smile. She was beautiful and as bright as the sun. That was all. Rong Jin's heart seemed to have been hit hard by something. He heard something in the depths of his heart sinking. It seemed to indicate some kind of danger, but he was helpless. If their engagement was still in place, then her smile would only belong to him alone. Realizing what he was thinking, Rong Jin suddenly recovered his senses and shook his head, wanting to get rid of this thought. But for some reason, that thought became more and more profound. Elder Son stroked his beard comfortingly, and a huge rock in his heart was finally put down. Lu Yu had never disappointed anyone before. No wonder Uncle Master, who never wanted to take in a disciple, wanted to cherish her talent. Isn't it Master's fortune to have such a disciple? He laughed out loud. Lu Yu, the first match is over. Go and rest. Your name will be put back in the box. There might be a second, third, or even more matches later on. Prepare well. Chu Luiyue smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. Yes, thank you, Elder Son. After saying that, she walked towards her dagger with light steps. After taking a few steps, she turned back and said to Tai Yen Academy's people, I didn't use too much strength. By the way, I held back a little when I kicked him just now, so it won't be fatal. You just have to take him away and let him rest for half a month. The Qingjiao competition has always been about stopping before going too far. Friendship comes first, competition comes second. I remember that. Her words almost made Tai Yen Academy's people vomit blood. You didn't use too much strength? You've already hurt him like that, and you still have the cheek to say that? Friendship comes first, competition comes second? It's all nonsense. The crowd's expressions changed unpredictably. It was very interesting. Previously, they all said that they would definitely win this match, but this was the outcome. It was like a slap to their faces. Cheng Han's face no longer had the sage-like aura from before. Instead, it was filled with anger. Go and bring Lei Mingwei back. Why yes. The people at the side hurriedly went forward and carried Lei Mingwei down dejectedly. Tai Yen Academy's side was in awkward silence. Sun Zhongyan cupped his fists at Cheng Han and laughed. Brother Cheng Han, thank you for going easy on us. The start of the competition is already so exciting. I'm sure this year's Qingjiao competition will be even more exciting. Don't you think so? Cheng Han felt as if he had just swallowed a fly, and he was extremely disgusted. Sun Zhongyan was obviously showing off. However, he could not refute him. After all, they had lost. Brother Zhongyan is right. The best part is yet to come. After all, Cheng Han was used to seeing big scenes. At this time, a smile appeared on his face, and he politely returned the greeting. Sun Zhongyan could hear the faint disdain and threat in his words, but he did not take it seriously. Losing so badly in the first round would definitely affect their morale later on. It was impossible for Tai Yen Academy to be as glorious as last year. Chu Luiyue walked over and bent down to pull out the dagger. She raised her brows slightly when she saw the crack on the ground. This dagger that Rong Xiu personally made is really good. It seems to be stronger than I expected. Chu Luiyue kept the dagger and walked down the stage. On the other side, Situ Xingqian's eyes widened when she saw the faint pattern on the dagger. That dagger is digression. Today, Xiaoxiang's platform will be merged into the company, so from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., you can't log into the author's platform or upload your chapters. Thus, the remaining 3 chapters will be updated at 6 p.m., and will be updated as soon as possible in February. Love mobile users, please continue reading. Chapter 202. Situ Xingqian stood up uncontrollably and stared at the dagger in Chu Luiyue's hand. Xingqian, what's wrong? Beside her, Cheng Han looked at her in surprise. He rarely saw such an expression on Situ Xingqian's face. What? Situ Xingqian suddenly snapped out of her daze and glanced at Cheng Han. She then realized that she had lost her composure and hurriedly sat back down. And nothing. Cheng Han is my mentor and knows me the best. How can it be nothing? What are you looking at? Cheng Han followed her gaze and saw Chu Liyue's back view as he walked down the stage. He furrowed his brows slightly. That Chu Liyue is a little weird. Did you see anything? Situ Xingchen knew that her mentor and she were talking about different things, but she could not explain it now. She could only hide it and smile. No, I'm just a little surprised. That dagger seemed to have been nailed into the ground. The white jade is very hard, and normal objects can't even leave a mark on it. I didn't expect Chu Liyue to have such a sharp dagger. It shouldn't be an ordinary dagger. Cheng Han felt that it made sense and stroked his beard. You're right. Chu Liyue is just a stage 1 warrior, but she managed to block Lei Mingwei's attack just now. Her dagger should have helped a lot. It's just that she attacked too quickly just now, and we're quite far away, so I couldn't see anything. If I have the chance, I might be able to see something if I take a closer look. Cheng Han was confused when he saw that Situ Xingchen was still a little distracted. Xingchen, you're a celestial physician, and she's a warrior. Even if it's a competition, the two of you won't meet. Why do you seem so concerned about that dagger? Situ Xingchen forced a smile. I was just curious. Mentor, you don't have to worry. Cheng Han then nodded. This disciple of his came from a noble background and was very talented. There was nothing bad about her. Perhaps she was just curious about such a small matter. Chu Liyue walked down the stage and was warmly welcomed by Tianlu Academy's crowd. She finally returned to her seat with much difficulty and gently exhaled. Phew. Everyone is too passionate. Hehe, Luyu, you are now a big shot in our academy. Si Yang hurried forward with a look of worship, that Lei Mingwei is a mid-stage 4th order warrior, and you actually defeated him. You're really something. Originally, they all thought that they would lose this match. Who would have thought that Chu Liyue would win? He had forcefully won back the academy's face. Chu Liyue could not help but laugh. Is it that exaggerated? Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask my boss. Si Yang paused in the middle of his sentence. When he saw his elder brother's calm expression, he wanted to bite off his own tongue. Si Ting did not feel uncomfortable and nodded at Chu Liyue. Congratulations. Chu Liyue also smiled faintly. Thank you. In any case, the words had already been spoken, so it wasn't a big deal. Si Yang saw that the two of them didn't seem to be very awkward, so he heaved a sigh of relief and quickly changed the topic. Don't you know? The victory or defeat of the first round of the Qing Jiao competition will greatly affect the rest of the competition. No matter what, you had a good start. Of course, everyone is convinced by you. Chu Liyue didn't take this matter to heart, and her lips curled up. This is just the beginning. The following matches will only be more brutal. And she was the one who had the highest chance of being picked. However, if she wanted to get first place, this process was obviously necessary. She had to recover her force first. The second round was between Taiyan Academy and Nanfeng Academy. Taiyan Academy's opponent was a tall and skinny young man, Jia Yiming. As for Nanfeng Academy's opponent, it was a tall girl with a cold appearance, Lu Yinin. Both of them were third-order warriors, so they were considered to be evenly matched. The people from Taiyan Academy became more and more nervous. They only hoped that they would win this time. They had already lost badly enough in the first round. If they lost the second round as well, they would really be embarrassed. On the other hand, the people from Nanfeng Academy were happy to see Taiyan Academy make a fool of themselves. They were eager to win this round and ruthlessly step on Taiyan Academy's face. Both parties went up the stage. The atmosphere was tense, and a fight was about to break out. Tianlu Academy's side finally quietened down, and their attention shifted to the competition. Chu Luiyue then felt more relaxed. She shifted her gaze and looked at Tai Yan Academy with narrowed eyes. When she went down the stage just now, she clearly felt an unusual gaze. If I'm not wrong, it seems to be Situ Xingchen. Chu Luiyue looked down and flipped the dagger in her hand. It was light, bright, and extremely sharp. There were a few peach blossoms carved on the handle. Rong Xiao seemed to like peach blossoms. The hairpin he gave me earlier was also a peach blossom hairpin. The same pattern was carved on this dagger. Actually, if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to see the pattern clearly. However, Situ Xingchen seemed to be looking at this dagger just now. That's right. Situ Xingchen's clothes also have the same cloud pattern embroidered on them. Chu Luiyue pondered for a while and suddenly smiled. Interesting. She collected her thoughts and looked at the competition venue again. The second round of the competition was going on intensely. Of course, to her, there was no point in using it as a reference. After looking at it for a while, she decisively closed her eyes, held her breath, and started to meditate. Hey, Luyu, did you see how Lu Yinyin attacked just now? When he didn't hear Chu Luiyue's reply, he turned around and saw that she was actually, no way. She can cultivate now? Si Yang's eyes twitched. The surroundings are so noisy, and Chu Luiyue just finished a round, yet she's actually continuing to cultivate? He was about to say something, but when he saw that Si Ting seemed to be meditating, he obediently shut his mouth. Geniuses are indeed different from ordinary people. Perhaps it was because Chu Luiyue and Lei Mingwei's first round was too exciting, so the second round was much more ordinary. The two of them were equally skilled, and the battle was in a stalemate. After fighting for a long time, Jia Yiming's force was almost depleted, and he finally revealed a flaw. Lu Yinyin seized the opportunity and sent him out of the arena. Lu Yinyin won the second round. Tai Yan Academy lost another round. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 203. They lost 2 rounds consecutively in the first 2 rounds. This had never happened to Tai Yan Academy in all these years. When the judges announced that Nan Feng Academy's Lu Yinyin was the winner, the atmosphere in Tai Yan Academy froze. Cheng Han could no longer maintain his smile, and the aura around him froze. The students behind him did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were so glorious last year. How could they have expected to face such a situation? However, the lot drawing method was very fair, and nobody could cheat. Hence, they could not even find a reason for their failure. When Situ Xingchen saw this, she softly advised, "Master, it's just a matter of time. Master, the Qingjiao competition has just begun. We were just unlucky. It's actually a good thing that the truly capable people stayed behind." Upon hearing this, Cheng Han's expression finally looked better. That's right. It's not like we don't have anyone. Just Situ Xingchen alone is much better than us. This time, I have high hopes for her. I want her to get first place in the Celestial Physician competition. Don't worry. I know what to do. In the Warrior, Xian Master, and Celestial Physician competitions, first place in the Warrior competition was the least important. Even if they did not have an advantage in the Warrior competition, as long as they could get first place in the Celestial Physician competition, they would be able to redeem themselves. Let's just wait patiently. Situ Xingchen nodded. The Warrior competition was still going on. At first, Chu Luiyue was worried that her name would be picked again. Luckily, there were many people participating in the Warrior competition, so the chances of her being picked again were not high. In actual fact, she did not go up again until evening, when the first day of the Qingjiao competition ended. This gave her more time to cultivate in peace. After a whole day of competition, the 3 academies all had their wins and losses. However, after a rough calculation, Tianlu Academy, which was the least favored, had won the most. On the other hand, the previously arrogant Tai Yan Academy lost consecutively and was completely defeated in the end. Some were happy, while others were sad. The Qingjiao competition usually lasted for 5 days. The first 3 days were for the warrior competition. The 4th day was for the Xian master competition, and the last day was for the celestial physician competition. On the first day, almost half of the warriors had already gone up to the stage to compete, leaving only a few who had not yet gone up and those who had won. After the temporary end of the competition, the 3 academies brought their students back to rest and prepare for the next day. Chu Luiyue also followed the crowd back to the academy. Walking on the bridge of Shuangqing River, Chu Luiyue almost subconsciously looked at Yifeng courtyard. The fence of the courtyard was closed, the gate was locked, and there was no one in the courtyard. I don't know what Rongxiu is busy with. Chu Luiyue thought of the cloud pattern on Situ Xingqian's clothes and raised his eyebrows. She had almost forgotten that His Highness Prince Li had not been in the imperial capital for many years. Moreover, he had hidden many secrets. She retracted her gaze and walked towards her residence. Just as she walked into the courtyard, she immediately realized that something was wrong, and alarm bells rang in her heart. She quickly scanned her surroundings and retreated without hesitation, intending to leave immediately. However, before she could turn around, she saw a black shadow approaching quickly. The person grabbed her wrists and quickly tied them up with a rope. The dangerous aura made Chu Luiyue's heart skip a beat. This person is very strong. I'm definitely not his match now. Without waiting for her to look up and see the other party's face clearly, that person had already brought her to the door. The door that she had locked properly when she left suddenly opened from the inside. The person behind used force and pushed Chu Luiyue inside. Chu Luiyue's wrists were tied behind her back, and she staggered and almost fell to the ground. She finally stabilized herself with much difficulty, but she heard a bang behind her. The other party actually locked the door again. Sensing that there was someone else in the room, Chu Luiyue immediately looked up. She was shocked when she saw who it was. Sitting leisurely in the room and looking at her arrogantly, who else could it be but the 4th princess, Rongzhen? Rongzhen? Why are you here? Rongzhen's face revealed a tinge of displeasure. Who are you to call my name? Chu Luiyue's mind raced. According to Rongzhen's temper, she would definitely flare up if she called her that. But now, she actually only reprimanded her. It was obvious that she had other motives. Many guesses flashed across Chu Luiyue's mind, but she didn't show it on her face. 4th princess, please forgive me. I was just too shocked. May I know why you're here today? Rongzhen glanced at her. Of course, I'm here for something important. Chu Luiyue looked down and smiled. 4th princess, if you have something to say, you can just tell me directly. Why do you have to do this? You've always been sly. I don't trust you. Rongzhen still clearly remembered the scene when Chu Luiyue handed over the bloody pearl of essence at the crown prince's birthday banquet. That thick, dirty, bloody smell seemed to still linger around her nose, making her feel disgusted. Chu Luiyue paused. She could clearly feel that the person who had just taken her in was standing behind her. She wasn't that person's match. If she acted rashly, she would only put herself in more danger. She simply controlled her curiosity to turn around and stared at Rongzhen. 4th princess, just say what you want to say. I came to find you personally for one thing. Rongzhen lifted her chin slightly, looking even more arrogant than before. You were born with a damaged yuan meridian, but you suddenly recovered some time ago and even became a so-called genius. What did you rely on? Chu Luiyue understood. It was indeed because of this. She had already expected that Rongzhen would make a move on her, but she didn't expect it to take so long. As long as you tell me who helped you and helped me recover my pearl of essence, I can let bygones be bygones. Rongzhen's tone was high and mighty as if she was giving alms. Chu Luiyue looked at her quietly. Rongzhen was annoyed by her gaze and raised her voice. What are you looking at? I was just thinking that the fourth princess is here to ask for my help. If I didn't hear you clearly, I would have thought that you were here for revenge. Chu Luiyue chuckled. Rongzhen's face instantly turned cold. How dare you mock me? I don't dare. It's not easy for the fourth princess to leave the palace, so you must have been waiting here. However, I'm afraid I can't help you with what you're asking for. What did you say? Rongzhen stood up angrily. Chu Luiyue could clearly see that her legs were strange when she walked. It was obvious that she had broken her leg previously and hadn't recovered. B*TCH. Where are you looking at? Sensing Chu Luiyue's gaze on her legs, Rongzhen's face flushed red. She immediately raised her hand and slapped Chu Luiyue harshly. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 204. Fourth Princess, didn't you come here today because of the broken pearl of essence? Asked Chu Luiyue suddenly. Rongzhen's hand stopped in midair as she looked at Chu Luiyue in shock. You really have someone behind you. She knew that Chu Luiyue was born with a damaged yuan meridian and became a genius overnight after being a loser for more than 10 years. This wasn't something that she could do alone. Tell me who it is. Back then, all the celestial physician in country Yaochen couldn't do anything about Chu Luiyue's damaged yuan meridian, but isn't she fine now? Then, as long as I find that person, her damaged pearl of essence will definitely recover. Chu Luiyue looked at the anxious Rongzhen and sneered in her heart. A damaged pearl of essence was worse than a damaged yuan meridian. If one had a damaged yuan meridian, then one could just not cultivate. However, the pearl of essence was closely connected to the cultivator. Once it was damaged, it would have a huge impact on the cultivator. The most direct example was that when the pearl of essence was damaged, the entire Dantian would be damaged as well. Without a complete Dantian, it was impossible to rebuild the pearl of essence even if one went to heaven or hell. It was even more impossible for one to cultivate. Rongzhen's current situation was clearly like this. If it were her in her previous life, she wouldn't be helpless. But now, she couldn't do it. Even if she could, she wouldn't help Rongzhen. Chu Luiyue looked away and seemed hesitant. It's hard to say. Seeing her like this, Rongzhen was certain that Chu Luiyue definitely knew someone but just didn't want to tell her. Tell me. As long as my pearl of essence recovers, you'll benefit from it. Chu Luiyue wanted to laugh when she heard this. Rongzhen is really spoiled. She actually thinks that she can seduce and threaten me with just a few simple sentences. Benefit? She didn't think that she was now a loser and had long lost Emperor Jiaowen's favor. In addition, the crown prince had been demoted recently, so the situation was even worse. She no longer had the right to be arrogant, but she still thought that she could flaunt her power. Chu Luiyue pursed his lips. He seemed to have loosened up. Fourth Princess, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that I don't know who that person is. Nonsense. Since that person cured you, how could you not know who that person is? Rongzhen went forward and strangled Chu Luiyue's neck with a sinister expression. How dare you trick me? Chu Luiyue's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. He restrained his impulse to avoid her actions and slightly moved his body to cushion her strength. Fourth Princess, please don't misunderstand. I'm telling the truth. Ahem, actually, I haven't told anyone about this matter. If Fourth Princess wants to know, then I'll tell you. Cough cough. Seeing Chu Luiyue's face turn red and start coughing, Rongzhen harshly flung her away. Speak. Chu Luyue coughed a few more times before she calmed down and said intermittently, he said slowly, "Fourth princess, actually, this matter started from when Chu Xianmin sent someone to assassinate me. That day, she sent someone to capture me and bring me to the forest at the edge of the imperial city. Just when I thought I was dead, a man in a black robe suddenly appeared. I couldn't see the other party's figure or face, but from the voice, it seemed to be an old man. He saved me and even fed me a pill. I didn't know what it was back then, but when I returned, I discovered that the Yuan meridian in my body had recovered. After that, fourth princess, you already know what happened after that." Rongzhen frowned after hearing this. "Are you telling the truth? You don't know that person, so why did he help you?" Chu Luyue laughed bitterly. "I don't know either. After that, I never saw him again. I wanted to thank him, but I couldn't find him. I'm telling the truth. If fourth princess doesn't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. There's no point in lying about such matters." Rongzhen's expression changed, and she didn't say anything for a while. She kept thinking about Chu Luyue's words. Although it sounded too unbelievable, if that wasn't the case, how did Chu Luyue's Yuan meridian recover? "I remember that you bought a lot of herbs from Zhenbao Pavilion after you returned to the Chu family. What's up with those?" Chu Luyue's expression didn't change. "After that person saved me, he left me a prescription. I didn't know what it was at first, but I realized later that it could be used to nourish my body. If you don't believe me, you can go to Zhenbao Pavilion and ask if it's true." "I'm not going there." Rongzhen was furious at the mention of Zhenbao Pavilion. Something clearly happened at Zhenbao Pavilion's hunting ground, but father didn't have any intention of punishing them. She still couldn't take this lying down. She thought for a while and continued asking. "Tell me where that person appeared at that time." Chu Luyue knitted her brows. "At that time, I was also knocked out and brought there, so I'm not too sure what happened. Hurry." Rongzhen kicked Chu Luyue's abdomen. She pretended to shrink her body in fear, and the kick landed on her thigh. Chu Luyue fell backward and hit the table. The teacup on the table fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Rongzhen had already taken a pen and paper from the side and violently threw them at Chu Luyue's face. "Draw the location. If you can't draw it, don't think of leaving this door." A cold murderous look flashed across Chu Luyue's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. "Okay, I'll write it." As she spoke, she moved her wrists, which were tied behind her. "But can you untie this first? Otherwise, I..." Rongzhen shot a look at the person beside her. Chu Luyue felt a cold touch on her wrists, and the ropes immediately loosened silently. She looked down and saw a red mark on her wrists. She picked up the pen and paper beside her and started drawing bit by bit. First, it was a lush forest, then a meandering river. Chu Luyue lowered her head, so Rongzhen couldn't see her expression at all. Chu Luyue's pen moved slowly, but the terrain of the forest outside the imperial city quickly flashed across her mind. After her rebirth, she had specially researched that forest. Finally, her pen stopped at a certain spot. If she didn't remember wrongly, this place seemed to be. She lightly tapped and left a heavy ink mark on the paper. "It's here. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 205. Rongzhen picked up the piece of paper and took a closer look before frowning. She wasn't familiar with the terrain of the forest outside the imperial city, so she didn't know where the location was. However, it seemed rather remote. She pondered for a moment before looking at Chu Luyue and scoffing. "Don't think that this matter is over. After the Qingjiao competition ends, you will personally bring me there." Rongzhen wasn't stupid. She believed Chu Luyue's random drawing of a location for her. Who knew if she was telling the truth? Chu Luiyue rubbed her wrist and looked calm. Whatever you say, fourth princess. Rongzhen saw that Rongzhen didn't seem to be lying. Furthermore, she agreed to go with her, so she believed her a little. She glanced at the man in black beside her. Let's go. With that, the two of them left together. Chu Luiyue turned around and saw a blurry figure disappearing into the night. If she didn't sense wrongly, the man in black used his own strength to conceal the two of them. No wonder he dared to barge into the academy so boldly. Chu Luiyue's gaze darkened. That person's ability was at least an intermediate stage 5 warrior. There were very few people in country Yaochen who had such ability. Rongzhen could mobilize people. A few suspicious names surfaced in her mind, but she couldn't confirm them because she didn't see that person's appearance or figure. I should find some time to investigate. What happened that night didn't attract anyone's attention. The next morning, Chu Luiyue and the others headed to Jianan Square as usual. Compared to the previous day, there were more people in the square, and the atmosphere was more lively. The later the competition, the more exciting it was, so there were naturally more people who wanted to watch. Chu Luiyue attracted a lot of attention the moment she arrived. Countless gazes landed on her. She could vaguely hear many people discussing the battle between her and Lei Mingwei yesterday. Mu Hongyu nudged Chu Luiyue with her elbow. Lu Yu, you've become famous in one battle. Now, even people from Huaicang and Xing Luo have heard of your name, let alone the imperial city. A stage 1 warrior defeating a stage 4 warrior. Such a battle record was enough to make people gasp in awe. Chu Luiyue was very calm. The competition just started. The rest of the match is up. That's right. Almost half of the contestants had been eliminated yesterday. Today, the contestants who had won yesterday would definitely be drawn. Yesterday's match wasn't satisfying at all. Hopefully, I can meet someone interesting today. Mu Hongyu had picked a third-stage warrior from Taiyan Academy yesterday. She had won without much effort, so she was itching for a fight. Chu Luiyue smiled. Now that you're a rank 4 warrior, your horizons are naturally different. Mu Hongyu giggled. Don't I have to thank you? If you didn't lend me those 40 hours, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Hongyu. The competition is about to start. Come quickly. Tsen Hu, who was seated not far away, waved at Mu Hongyu. Mu Hongyu replied, then, I'll get going first. Chu Luiyue nodded and walked in another direction. She was sitting in the Xian master's seat now, so she naturally didn't sit with them. As Chu Luiyue walked, many people greeted her warmly. After yesterday's battle, Chu Luiyue was in the limelight in the academy. Many people changed their views of her and became closer to her. Chu Luiyue greeted them one by one before sitting down. But she still felt a little strange in her heart. In the past, she was the heavenly princess and had a distinguished status. Even the other princesses and princes were especially respectful to her, let alone others. At first, she felt that everyone was not close to her and was a little disappointed. However, she gradually understood many things and didn't force it. She felt that the current situation was a little strange, but she didn't hate it. She even felt a little happy. She could feel that these people really admired her, which was why they were treating her like this. It seemed that the Qingjiao competition was indeed an extremely important event to them. She looked around. Tianlu Academy's morale was high, and Nanfeng Academy looked like they were full of fighting spirit. On the other hand, Taiyan Academy's dispirited atmosphere from the previous day had unexpectedly disappeared. Although they weren't as ostentatious as before, they seemed to have reinvigorated themselves. The competition continued very quickly. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Chu Luiyue looked over and realized that it was because someone from Nanfeng Academy stood up. It was a scholarly young man with a slender figure and an elegant aura. That person was Nanfeng Academy's representative, Jiang Yuan. It's actually Jiang Yuan. He was ranked 10th in the warrior competition last year. I'm afraid he's even stronger this year. I heard that he was only a stage 3 warrior last year, but his actual combat power was comparable to a stage 4 warrior. This year, he became a beginner stage 4 warrior. We can't underestimate him. Do you still remember the situation back then? This Jiang Yuan looked refined and polite, but once he entered the arena, it was as if he had turned into a completely different person. If we go up against him. I heard that he's aiming for first place. I really don't know who's so unlucky to go up against him now. Hearing the discussions around her, Chu Luyue gradually understood what was going on. No wonder everyone had such a reaction. Jiang Yuan was the person with the highest ranking since the start of the Qingjiao competition. Even Lei Mingwei, who was an intermediate stage 4 warrior, was ranked lower than him. This showed how powerful Jiang Yuan was. If they went up against him now, they would most likely be eliminated. Jiang Yuan calmly walked to the box, took out a paper ball, and opened it. When he saw the name on it, he was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled, opened the paper ball, and looked at Tianlu Academy. Looks like my luck is really good. I actually drew the biggest dark horse this year. Once he said that, everyone understood who he was talking about. Chu Luyue looked over and indeed saw her name clearly written on the paper ball. Her lips curled up as she stood up. She should say that her luck was good. She drew Lei Mingwei, who was an intermediate stage 4 warrior. When the other person drew her, it was also an unpredictable strong warrior. When everyone saw the confrontation between the two of them, they were shocked and then excited. They never expected that the dark horse last year and this year's dark horse would meet so quickly. Both of them had abilities that exceeded their own levels. If they really fought, they really didn't know what the situation would be like. Jiang Yuan smiled. Please, Chu Luyue's lips curled up. Then, please enlighten me. Digression, after the backend merged and upgraded, Xiaoxiang's update would be delayed and could not display digressions. It was not known if it could be fixed today. Therefore, it will continue to be updated in February. As for when it will be displayed, it will depend on God's will. Crying, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 206. The two of them went on stage and faced each other. Everyone stared at the scene nervously and excitedly. Even though Jiang Yuan is only a stage 4 warrior now, he's definitely stronger than Lei Mingwei. I think Chu Luyue is doomed this time. I think so too. Even though she's strong, Jiang Yuan is also a tough nut to crack. I'm afraid that the dark horse of this year's Qingjiao competition will come to an end. What a pity. I originally wanted to watch her compete a few more times. I thought that she could get a good ranking this year, but it's most likely impossible now. I heard that she used to be a good-for-nothing and only became famous in the past few months. Thinking about it, her cultivation speed is terrifying. The crowd discussed fervently. An inexplicable frustration flashed across Situ Xingqian's heart as she listened. Ever since she saw the dagger yesterday, she paid extra attention to Chu Luyue. Now that she was going on stage again, she naturally paid close attention to her. Situ Xingqian had never heard of this name before, but when she went back yesterday, she secretly asked around. This Chu Luyue is indeed unusual. She could not help but lean closer to Cheng Han and ask softly, Mentor, is it possible for someone who was born with a damaged Yuan meridian to recover their Yuan meridian and embark on the path of cultivation? Cheng Han knitted his brows. You're talking about Chu Luyue? He had also heard some things about Chu Luyue yesterday, so he immediately guessed it when he heard Situ Xingqian's question. Situ Xingqian nodded lightly. Cheng Han stroked his beard. Speaking of which, it's indeed quite impossible. However, there are so many strong people in this world. If someone of that level were to make a move, it might be possible. Situ Xingchen instantly understood what he meant. No matter if it was country Yao Chen, country Huaicang, or country Xing Luo, they were all existences of the same level. And above them, there was an unreachable colossus. Even if she was the eldest princess of country Xing Luo, she was as lowly as an ant in front of those people. But she's just an ordinary daughter of a rich family in country Yao Chen. How can she do this? This was what Situ Xingchen couldn't figure out the most. Chu Liuyue's family background was not bad. However, the Chu family declined and her father was seriously injured, so he could no longer cultivate. In fact, she could no longer be considered a so-called noble lady. With her status, how did she recover her Yuan meridian and become a genius? Cheng Han pondered for a long time. Perhaps she had other opportunities. Or perhaps, this kind of thing is impossible to say. Situ Xingchen bit her lips. Cheng Han saw that there was something wrong with her expression and comforted her. Xingchen, no matter how powerful she is, she doesn't have the qualifications to compete with you. Why do you have to take her to heart? Situ Xingchen forced a smile. Master, don't misunderstand. I'm just curious. Cheng Han nodded and did not think too much about it. Situ Xingchen slowly clenched her fists in her sleeves. Lucky chance, her talent aside, what about the dagger? On the stage, Jiang Yuan studied Chu Luyue curiously. He had watched her and Lei Mingwei's match yesterday very carefully. This woman did indeed possess extraordinary combat strength. Whether it was her movements or her moves, they all showed that she had rich combat experience. Pardon me for asking, but I heard that you only started cultivating a few months ago? Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows but did not deny it. That's right. Anyway, the entire imperial city knew about this. Jiang Yuan's gaze changed and became more serious. Who can cultivate to the point where they can go against a stage 4 warrior in just a few months? Chu Luyue is indeed a worthy opponent. She will definitely become a top warrior in the future. Seeing the change in Jiang Yuan's expression, Chu Luyue also narrowed her eyes and secretly circulated the force in her body. Her muscles tensed up, and she instantly entered battle mode. Lei Mingwei lost because of his arrogance, but Jiang Yuan was not that easy to deal with. She flipped her wrist and held the dagger in her hand. Jiang Yuan smiled. It seems like Chu Luyue intends to go all out with me. This is good too. Please. Then, he closed his eyes and opened them again. It was as if he had changed into a different person. The gentle smile on his face faded, and he looked colder. His eyes were as sharp as knives. The next moment, the force around his body surged. Beginner stage 4. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Yuan used his full strength right from the start. Seems like he values Chu Luyue a lot. He doesn't dare to be careless. Actually, this is normal. Everyone saw Chu Luyue's strength yesterday. If Jiang Yuan still dares to be arrogant, he will be at a disadvantage like Lei Mingwei. Chu Luyue is a stage 1 warrior who can continuously challenge 2 stage 4 warriors, win against one, and make the other go all out. Even if she loses this match, Chu Luyue's reputation will still soar after the Qingjiao competition. Jiang Yuan formed a circle with his hands in front of him, and a ball of light green force gradually gathered. A faint pressure spread out from it. Chu Luyue stared at Jiang Yuan and became more alert. The force in her body circulated quickly. The next moment, she tiptoed and dashed toward Jiang Yuan. The audience was in an uproar. They didn't expect Chu Luyue to be the first to attack. She knew she was weaker than Jiang Yuan, but she still dared to charge forward. Was she looking for death? In the blink of an eye, Chu Luyue was only 3 steps away from Jiang Yuan. But at this moment, Jiang Yuan suddenly retreated. He avoided Chu Luyue. The distance between the two of them increased again. Chu Luyue's heart sank. What's going on? Why did Jiang Yuan retreat? Is he afraid of Chu Luyue? The crowd was in an uproar. However, the expressions of Sun Zhongyan and the others, who were watching the battle below, gradually turned grave. Jiang Yuan is indeed cautious. He knows that Lu Yu is good at close combat, so he chose to avoid him. Actually, with his strength, he would have the upper hand even if the two of them were to engage in close combat. But he didn't want to take the risk. He was determined to defeat Chu Luyue with long-range attacks. Chu Luyue's biggest weakness was that he couldn't direct his force outward. From the very beginning, he had been adamant on this point. He's determined to win this match. Chu Luyue knew what Jiang Yuan was planning when he saw him retreat. He was strong and cautious. Such an opponent was indeed difficult to deal with. Moreover, there was a huge gap between the two of them. Chu Luyue thought quickly and chased after him again. Jiang Yuan retreated again. Chu Luyue quickly realized that Jiang Yuan's speed was about the same as his. It was obvious that he couldn't rely on his speed to get close to Jiang Yuan. Thinking of this, Chu Luyue stopped and gripped the dagger in his hand. At this moment, a giant green ice ball had formed in front of Jiang Yuan. A chilling aura was emitted from it. Ghost Eye Heavenly Ice. With this shout, the green ice ball flew towards Chu Luyue. Wherever it passed, a thin layer of frost condensed on the ground. The biting cold air rushed towards Jiang Yuan. Digression, the new platform is making me depressed. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 207. Chu Luyue retreated quickly and threw the dagger in her hand. Chi! The sharp dagger pierced the ice ball. Ice shards flew everywhere. However, the power of the ice ball was extremely strong, and the dagger was only able to pierce half of it before it stopped. It was stuck in the ice ball, unable to move forward or backward. Moreover, the ice ball only stopped for a moment before it came for Chu Luyue again. Her attack against Jiang Yuan's was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Chu Luyue retreated again. However, the ice ball was also very fast and kept coming. Everyone had different expressions when they saw the situation. Sun Zhongyan shook his head. Jiang Yuan is indeed very strong and smart. Lu Yu doesn't have any advantage in this match. I'm afraid he was going to lose. The others looked at each other. Elder son, you don't have to worry too much. Even if he loses, Lu Yu's ability is obvious to all. Yeah, she's just a rank 1 warrior. It's already very rare for her to be able to fight above her level. Sun Zhongyan pondered for a moment and didn't say anything, but his eyes were still fixed on the arena. Did Elder Sun think that Chu Luyue still had a chance of winning? The people behind him exchanged glances, feeling a little helpless. Even if Chu Luyue was very talented, it was impossible for him to win against Jiang Yuan with his current ability, right? Why did Elder Sun have such high expectations for Chu Luyue? Chu Luyue dodged quickly, but the ice ball kept coming closer. The distance between the two was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the ground, the frost created by the ice ball reflected a piercing cold light under the sunlight. It was a frightening sight. Over at Nanfeng Academy, everyone had a confident smile on their faces. This Ghost Eye Heavenly Ice is the first skill that Jiang Yuan learned after he became a rank 4 warrior. It's also one of his most powerful trump cards. Now that he's using this skill right from the start, Chu Luyue won't lose out. Yeah. Jiang Yuan is usually humble and gentle, but he's very decisive in the arena. He's definitely going to win this match. However, Chu Luyue's dagger is pretty good. It actually pierced the ice ball. You have to know that when I sparred with Jiang Yuan earlier, I used the red tasseled spear made of refined iron. Even with my full strength, it only left a shallow scratch on the ice ball. That thing is a treasure. How else do you think Lei Mingwei lost yesterday? With that dagger, Chu Liuyue's combat ability. Now that the dagger is stuck in the ice ball, she is empty-handed and can't use her origin power. She is no match for Jiang Yuan. Look, Chu Liyue is about to be caught by the ice ball. This competition should end very soon. Wait. Wait, what is Chu? The students who were teasing each other, they looked shocked, they looked. In the arena, the ice ball quickly closed in. It was only an arm's length away from Chu Liyue's back. Once the ice ball hit, Chu Liyue would definitely lose. Everyone thought they could see the result of the match. But just as they thought that Chu Liyue was about to lose, she suddenly turned around and jumped onto the ice ball like a swallow. Is she crazy? The ghost ice sky ice is an extremely cold energy. Not only did she not dodge it, she jumped onto it. Does she think she can dodge it just like that? The energy in the ice ball is enough to make her suffer. The moment Chu Liyue stepped onto the ice ball, she felt an extremely cold energy coming from the ice ball. It spread from her feet to her entire body. In the blink of an eye, her boots were covered with a thin layer of frost. If she didn't leave, she would definitely be frozen on the ice ball. Chu Liyue quickly bent down and reached out her hand to grab the dagger that was stuck on the ice ball. Seeing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Chu Liyue wants to take that dagger. Are you kidding me? Is this the time to care about such things? She probably won't have any moves to deal with Jiang Yuan once she leaves the dagger. But the dagger is stuck in the ice ball, and the cold energy has already frozen it. Chu Liyue can't take it out at all. She'll only lose faster if she does this, right? When Cheng Han saw this, he couldn't help but chuckle. She's indeed stupid. She actually wants to use a dagger to turn the tables? Situ Xingchen clenched her fists tightly and watched the situation in the arena without blinking. Others might think that Chu Liyue was dreaming, but she didn't think so. It's a dagger. Chu Liyue naturally didn't know about the noises and reactions from the outside world. At this moment, all her attention was placed on the dagger. The handle of the dagger was already covered with a layer of frost, and her hand was stuck to it the moment she touched it. The extreme coldness crazily spread from her palm to her entire body. Chu Liyue's lips rapidly turned purplish, and her face was ghastly pale. She looked very scary, but her hand still tightly held onto the handle of the dagger. Then, a surge of red origin power surged out. It rapidly poured into the dagger. Then, she forcefully stepped on the ice ball and used the rebounding force to jump down. Kacha! A crisp sound could be heard instantly. The onlookers were all stunned. That sound was, the ice ball cracked? Someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone's gaze quickly gathered on the ice ball. As expected, a crack suddenly appeared at the spot where the dagger pierced the ice ball. As the ice ball was emerald green, many people didn't notice it immediately. But upon closer inspection, there was indeed a black crack around the dagger. No! There were countless cracks. Following the terrifying cracking sound, the crowd could clearly see that on the ice ball, with Chu Liyue's dagger as the center, numerous cracks were madly spreading. In an instant, they were all over the ice ball. It was as if it was covered with a layer of black spider webs. When Chu Liyue jumped onto the ice ball and held onto the dagger, Jiang Yuan already felt that something was wrong. He wanted to go forward, but it was already too late. Chu Liyue's movements were extremely fast, and her strength was extremely strong. She knew that her force couldn't be directed outwards, so she purposely waited for the ice ball to hit her, and quickly poured her force into the dagger. She jumped down again, and with the help of gravity, she forcefully pulled the dagger out. It worked. Countless cracks appeared, and the dagger finally loosened. Chu Liyue didn't hesitate to stab the dagger even deeper. Boom! The power contained in the dagger instantly exploded. The gigantic ice ball also exploded along with it. Fine and sharp ice shards scattered in all directions. The terrifying impact threw Chu Luiyue out. Her body flew out uncontrollably. She landed heavily on the ground. A thick smell of blood permeated between his lips and teeth. Almost at the same time, the ghost eye heavenly ice shattered. Jiang Yuan's body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 208. Dead Silence. No one would have thought that the match between Jiang Yuan and Chu Luiyue would turn out like this. Chu Luiyue had actually withstood Jiang Yuan's full-force attack. It looked like Chu Luiyue was about to lose, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed. Not only was Chu Luiyue not eliminated, she had even injured Jiang Yuan. Even though her own situation wasn't good, she relied on her own strength to forcefully drag out the disparity in strength between the two sides into a tie. Even if both sides were injured, Chu Luiyue was still the winner. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chu Luiyue, who was in extreme pain, slowly stood up. She swallowed the blood in her throat and looked at her palm. Her right hand, which was holding the dagger, had been frostbitten. Because she had forcefully pulled the dagger out, her palm, which was stuck to the dagger, had been torn apart. It was now a bloody mess. The red, sticky blood slowly froze into ice crystals, which fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Chu Luiyue raised her eyes and looked in front of her. Jiang Yuan had just caught his breath. When he met Chu Luiyue's gaze, his heart skipped a beat. That pair of bright eyes was now burning with a crazed desire to fight. She was covered in wounds, but she did not seem to care. There was only one thought in her mind. Win. Jiang Yuan's heart was in turmoil. Yesterday, when she fought with Lei Mingwei, he saw it clearly. He had thought that he knew her well enough, but he had underestimated her willpower. When the ghost eye heavenly ice exploded, Chu Luiyue was right beside him. The terrifying impact had sent her flying. Jiang Yuan believed that her injuries would not be any better than his. Her right hand was frostbitten, so she could not use it. But her expression was so calm, as if she did not feel the pain at all. Was this really a 14-year-old girl? Such a valiant will to fight, even he was secretly amazed. Do you want to continue? Jiang Yuan asked as he looked at Chu Luiyue's right hand. Chu Luiyue's expression did not change. He switched the dagger to his left hand and slowly tightened his grip. Why not? I haven't won yet, so I naturally have to continue. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath. Since that's the case, take this. Before he had even finished speaking, he circulated the origin power around his body. He opened his palm, and the green origin power quickly condensed into a long spear. The tip of the spear was diamond-shaped and extremely sharp. Then, his figure flashed and he charged towards Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue's gaze gradually turned cold, and a trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. On the Tianlu Academy side, before they could even heave a sigh of relief, they watched Jiang Yuan make his move. Oh no, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Jiang Yuan was an expert in guns? Then wouldn't Lu Yu be at a disadvantage? Mu Hongyu could not help but murmur. Sun Hu's eyes widened. Not necessarily. Lu Yu is so awesome. Mu Hongyu was anxious and worried. But she's already injured. And she can only use her left hand now. That Jiang Yuan is obviously not easy to deal with. Lu Yu is going all out. Sun Hu replied with a question. If it were you, would you surrender now? Mu Hongyu took a deep breath. Of course not. Then, Lu Yu would definitely not surrender. Clang. The two of them engaged in close combat. When Jiang Yuan's long spear was about to pierce her, Chu Liuyue's waist flashed, and she actually dodged the attack with her waist. Then, she stabbed her left hand at an extremely strange angle and slashed the long spear. Unexpectedly, the long spear was extremely tough. Chu Liuyue's attack did not break it. The spear bent exaggeratedly and then rebounded with a huge force. Chu Liuyue's wrist trembled, and her hand was pushed away. She staggered backward. Jiang Yuan followed closely behind her. He went straight for Chu Liuyue's left shoulder. Now that her right hand was basically crippled, as long as her left arm could not attack, this match would be over. Chu Liuyue blocked the attack with her dagger. Clang! The sound of weapons clashing was extremely ear-piercing. Chu Liuyue gritted her teeth, raised her arm, and attacked the tip of the spear with her dagger. It scraped the body of the spear. Sparks flew everywhere. Jiang Yuan was shocked. Looking at the speed and strength of her counterattack, Chu Liuyue clearly knew how to use a spear. But she did not show it at all before this. This Chu Liuyue really hid her strength well. I didn't expect you to be so well versed in spear techniques. But today, I must win this match. As Jiang Yuan spoke, he infused the rest of his force into the long spear. King of 10,000 spears. Buzz! The long spear vibrated violently. The next moment, multiple spear shadows appeared around it. Chu Liuyue's heart sank. This was Jiang Yuan's real trump card. She could still deal with the Ghost Eye Heavenly Ice earlier, but this time, she was in danger. Because those spear shadows were not illusions. They were all illusions created by Jiang Yuan's force. Most importantly, the force of those shadows was not any weaker than the one in his hand. Go! Jiang Yuan shouted and threw the long spear in his hand. At the same time, the surrounding spear shadows also flew towards Chu Liuyue. In an instant, Chu Liuyue was completely surrounded. Fu Yunshan nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Yuan's strength has indeed improved. Now he can summon 6 spear shadows at the same time. Although he is injured and his strength has decreased, it is still enough to deal with Chu Liuyue. He had always had high hopes for Jiang Yuan, and it seemed that he would not disappoint. Hearing Fu Yunshan's words, everyone from Nanfeng Academy heaved a sigh of relief and looked delighted. Jiang Yuan is only a beginner stage 4, and he can already do this. If he is at his peak, his strength would be comparable to a peak stage 4. That Chu Liuyue is really difficult to deal with, but in front of Jiang Yuan, she is not strong enough. Actually, I don't think she is that strong. She is just relying on that dagger. Now that Jiang Yuan is using his full strength, she is no match for him. How can she break through these 6 spear shadows? The person who spoke suddenly stopped talking and stared at the arena, dumbfounded. What's wrong? Look at. The people beside him were listening attentively, and when they saw his expression, they looked up impatiently. When he saw it, he was stunned on the spot. On the arena, the spear shadows that surrounded Chu Liuyue suddenly stopped. They stopped in front of Chu Liuyue, less than half an arm's length away. If they were just a little bit closer, they would be able to stab Chu Liuyue. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of Chu Liuyue, blocking them all. It's a Xian formation. Someone suddenly yelled. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly took a closer look. As expected, they saw streaks of silver light intertwining around Chu Liuyue's body, forming a gigantic barrier that blocked all the attacks outside. She is a Xian master. Digression, I wonder if I will go crazy today. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 209. Numerous silver rays of light circled around Chu Liuyue. Her eyes were blurred, and the light flickered. Vaguely, there was a strong suppressive aura. Jiang Yuan's spear was blocked and could not move an inch forward. This scene seemed to be still, and it was deeply imprinted in everyone's eyes. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened. Chu Luiyue. She's a Xian master? That's right. There was indeed a rumor that Chu Luiyue had passed all 3 assessments and entered Tianlu Academy. Then, it was normal for her to be a Xian master. However, after the battle with Lei Mingwei yesterday, everyone's attention was focused on her cultivation as a martial artist, so they neglected everything else. Now that he thought about it, Chu Luiyue was clearly sitting in the Xian master section. Jiang Yuan's mind raced, and a terrifying guess gradually formed. Could it be, that's a level 2 Xian formation? Fu Yunshan stared intently at the Xian formation in front of Chu Luiyue and blurted out. She's already a level 2 Xian master? Wasn't Chu Luiyue only 14 years old this year? Moreover, if he remembered correctly, she used to be a loser that everyone despised. It was only a few months ago that she officially embarked on the path of cultivation. How did she break through to become a level 2 Xian master in such a short time? He could not help but look at Sun Zhongyan. However, Sun Zhongyan did not look surprised at all. Instead, there was a hint of relief on his face. It was as if he was saying that this girl had finally made a move. Brother Zhongyan, is Chu Luiyue a level 2 Xian master? Although he was very sure, Fu Yunshan could not help but ask. Sun Zhongyan laughed out loud. Yes. After this girl entered the academy, she cultivated as a Xian master. Fu Yunshan choked and almost cursed out loud. Brother Zhongyan, this isn't very appropriate. If that's the case, Chu Luiyue should be participating in the Xian master competition, right? Sun Zhongyan chuckled. Yes. She signed up for both competitions. Fu Yunshan was speechless. Brother Yunshan, the Qingjiao competition doesn't seem to have a rule that a person can only participate in one battle, right? Sun Zhongyan purposely raised his voice and asked. Fu Yunshan's breath was stuck in his chest, and he was at a loss. There was no such rule in the Qingjiao competition. However, under normal circumstances, a person's energy was limited. Even if they had many talents, they would only register for the competition that they were best at. Now, after these 2 matches, anyone could see that Chu Luiyue had extraordinary talent as a martial artist. If she focused on cultivation, she would definitely become a top-notch expert in the future. But he didn't expect her to be so outstanding as a mystic cultivator. Fu Yunshan's lips moved, but he didn't say anything. Forget it. Even though a level 2 mystic master was powerful, Jiang Yuan was a stage 4 warrior. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to deal with him. It would be better to wait for now. Boom! An explosive sound suddenly came from the arena. The profound formation in front of Chu Luiyue had suddenly shattered like ice and scattered in all directions. The streaks of light instantly turned into inch-long icicles that were as thick as a thumb and shot towards Jiang Yuan. Ice cone formation. Chi chi chi. At a rough glance, there were more than 100 icicles. They carried a sharp aura as they pierced through the shadows of the spears. The originally sturdy spears shattered one after another. In an instant, they were right in front of Jiang Yuan's face. Jiang Yuan's hair and clothes were blown up by the cold wind. Sensing the dangerous aura from the icicles, Jiang Yuan knew that something was wrong. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, the icicles seemed to have eyes as they quickly closed in on him. Chi! An icicle narrowly flew over his head. Cut off a strand of hair. Jiang Yuan's blood instantly froze and dropped to the freezing point. If he had missed by a little bit more, chi. Just as he dodged that attack, more icicles came after him, covering the sky and earth. Jiang Yuan used all his force to block and dodge, but there were still many wounds on his body. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood, and he was in a sorry state. He was shocked. Chu Luiyue was using a level 2 mystic formation, but the energy it contained was not any weaker than a level 3 one. When he dodged the last icicle, Jiang Yuan was already gasping for air. He almost collapsed from exhaustion. However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, he looked up and saw that Chu Luiyue had disappeared from the spot. His heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to move, a cold wind came from behind him. A sharp pain came from the back of his heart. He froze, not daring to move an inch. Admit defeat, or continue? A cold voice came from behind him, sounding nonchalant. However, Jiang Yuan's heart tightened into a ball. His lips were tightly pursed, and his throat seemed to be blocked. Chu Luiyue asked softly as the dagger in his hand moved forward a little more. Dark red blood seeped out from Jiang Yuan's back like blooming red plum blossoms. Jiang Yuan closed his eyes tightly and clenched his fists. After a while, he released them weakly. I admit defeat. His voice was not loud, but it could still be heard clearly in the quiet square. When Chu Luiyue used the mystic formation, the crowd could not keep up with her. When she counterattacked and forced Jiang Yuan to retreat, it attracted everyone's attention and made them all keep quiet. At this moment, Jiang Yuan's words were clear and irrefutable. He admitted defeat. The final winner of this match was Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue nodded in satisfaction and quickly put away the dagger. Jiang Yuan felt that the threat was gone, but he did not feel relieved. Instead, he felt even heavier. He slowly turned around and looked at Chu Luiyue with a complicated expression. Chu Luiyue smiled and clasped his fist. Thank you for letting me win. Jiang Yuan smiled bitterly. He did not let her win at all. He had lost completely. Seeing that Chu Luiyue was about to leave, he could not help but say, I have a question. Chu Luiyue looked back at him in confusion. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a while, but still said, You seem to be more talented as a mystic master, right? Then why did you participate in the warrior competition? He did not know why he had such a guess, but he had a strong intuition. Chu Luiyue was already very talented as a warrior. If she was better as a mystic master, then, Chu Luiyue's lips curved up slightly. Because I have nothing better to do. Digression, I don't know if this chapter can be updated at the same time, and I don't know if everyone can see the digression. There are a few points. First, the author's platform has been upgraded since yesterday, and there have been many problems. Many of Xiaoxiang's author's updates have been delayed by several hours. I updated 3 chapters at 5:53 p.m. yesterday, and QQ Bookstore updated immediately, but Xiaoxiang only updated it at 8:30 p.m. So it is not that February did not keep her promise, but that the system has a problem. Please understand. Second, Xiaoxiang's digression has been delayed, but it is gradually being restored. Third, I will try to update all 5 chapters at once in the future to avoid similar problems. Love mobile users, please browse and enjoy a better reading experience from Love Network. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.